Chapter 24 of The Nest of the Sparrowhawk by Emma ORCZY. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Dion Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. November the 2nd. A dreary day with a leaden sky overhead and the monotonous patter of incessant rain against the window panes. Sir Marmaduke de Chevreuse had just come downstairs, and opening the door which led from the hall to the small withdrawing room on the right, he saw Mistress de Chevreuse, half sitting, half crouching in one of the stiff-backed chairs which she had drawn close to the fire. There was a cheerful blaze on the hearth, and the room itself, being small, always looked cozier than any other at École Court. Nevertheless, Editha's face was pallid and drawn, and she stared into the fire with eyes which seemed aglow with anxiety and even with fear. Her cloak was tied loosely about her shoulders, and at sight of Sir Marmaduke she started. Then, rising hurriedly, she put her hood over her head and went towards the door. "Ah, my dear Editha," quoth her brother-in-law, lightly greeting her, "up betimes like the lark, I see. Are you going without?" he added, as she made a rapid movement to brush past him and once more made for the door. "Yes," she replied dully, "I must fain move about, tire myself out if I can. I am consumed with anxiety." "Indeed," he retorted blandly, "why should you be anxious? Everything is going splendidly, and tonight at the latest a fortune of nigh on £500,000 will be placed in my hands by a fond and adoring woman." He caught the glitter in her eyes, that suggestion of power and of unspoken threats which she had adopted since the episode in the Bath Street house. For an instant an ugly frown further disfigured his sour face, but this frown was only momentary. It soon gave way to a suave smile. He took her hand and lightly touched it with his lips. "After which, my dear Editha," he said, "I shall be able to fulfill those obligations which my heart originally dictated." She seemed satisfied at this assurance, for she now spoke in less aggressive tones. "Are you so sure of the girl, Marmaduke?" she asked. "Absolutely," he replied, his thoughts reverting to a day spent at Dover nearly 3 months ago, when a knot was tied of which fair Editha was not aware, but which rendered Sir Marmaduke de Chevreuse very sure of a fortune. "Yet you have oft told me that Sue's love for her mysterious prince had vastly cooled of late," urged Editha, still anxiously. "Why, yes, forsooth," he retorted grimly, "Sue's sentimental fancy for the romantic exile hath gone the way of all such unreasoning attachments. But she has ventured too far to draw back, and she will not draw back," he concluded significantly. "Have a care, Marmaduke. The girl is more wilful than ye wot of. You may strain at a cord until it snap." "Pshaw!" he said, with a shrug of his wide shoulders. "You are suffering from vapours, my dear Editha, or you would grant me more knowledge of how to conduct mine own affairs. Do you remember, perchance, that the bulk of Sue's fortune will be handed over to her this day?" "Aye, I remember." "Begad, then tonight I'll have that bulk out of her hands. You may take an oath on that," he declared savagely. "And afterwards?" she asked simply. "Afterwards?" "Yes, afterwards, when Sue has discovered how she has been tricked. Are you not afraid of what she might do? Even though her money may pass into your hands, even though you may inveigle her into a clandestine marriage, she is still the daughter of the late Earl of Dover. She has landed estates, wealth, rich and powerful relations. There must be an afterwards. remember." His ironical laugh grated on her nerves as he replied lightly, "Pshaw, my dear Editha, of a truth you are not your own calm self to day, else you had understood that, forsooth, in the love affairs of Prince Amadis de Orleans and Lady Susanna Aldmarch there must be, and can be, no afterwards. I don't understand you. Yet 'tis simple enough. Sue is my wife." "Your wife!" she exclaimed. "Hush! An you want to scream, I pray you question me not, for what I say is bound to startle you. Sue is my wife. I married her, having obtained a special licence to do so in the name of Prince Amadis Henry de Orleans, and all the rest of the romantic paraphernalia. She is my wife, and therefore her money and fortune are mine, every penny of it, without question or demur. She will appeal to the court to have the marriage annulled. She'll rouse public indignation against you to such a pitch that you'll not be able to look one of your kith and kin in the face. The whole shameful story of the mysterious French prince, your tricks to win the hand of your ward by lying, cheating, and wilful deceit, will resound from one end of the country to the other. What is the use of a mint of money if you have to herd with outcasts, and not an honest man will shake you by the hand?" "None, my dear Editha, none," he replied quietly, "and 'tis of still less use for you to rack your nerves in order to place before me a gruesome picture of the miserable social pariah which I should become if the story of my impersonation of a romantic exile, for the purpose of capturing the hand of my ward, came to the ears of those in authority." "Whither it doubtless would come," she affirmed hotly. "Whither it doubtless would come," he assented, "and therefore, my dear Editha, once the money is safely in my hands, I will leave her Royal Highness the Princess d'Orleans in full possession, not only of her landed estates, but of the freedom conferred on her by widowhood. For Prince Amadis, her husband, will vanish like the beautiful dream which he always was." "But how? How?" she reiterated, puzzled, anxious, scenting some nefarious scheme more unavowable even than the last. "Ah, time will show. But he will vanish, my dear Editha, take my word on it. Shall we say that he will fly up into the clouds, and her Highness the Princess will know him no more?" "Then why have married her?" she exclaimed, some womanly instinct within her crying out against this outrage. "'Twas cruel and unnecessary." He shrugged his shoulders. "Cruel, perhaps, but surely no more than necessary. I doubt if she would have entrusted her fortune to any one but her husband. Had she ceased to trust her romantic prince then? Perhaps. At any rate, I chose to make sure of the prize. I have worked hard to get it, and would not fail for lack of a simple ceremony. Moreover, my dear Editha, there is always the possibility, remote no doubt, but nevertheless tangible, that at some time or other, soon or late, who knows, the little deception practised on Lady Sue may come to the light of day. In that case, even if the marriage be annulled on the ground of fraud, which methinks is more than doubtful, no one could deny my right as the heiress's, shall we say, temporary husband, to dispose of her wealth as I thought fit. If I am to become a pariah and an outcast, as you so eloquently suggested just now, I much prefer being a rich one. With 500,000 in the pocket of my doublet, the whole world is open to me." There was so much cool calculation, such callous contempt for the feelings and thoughts of the unfortunate girl, whom he had so terribly wronged. In this expose of the situation, that Mistress de Chevas herself was conscious of a sense of repulsion from the man whom she had aided hitherto. She believed that she held him sufficiently in her power, through her knowledge of his schemes, and through the help which she was rendering him, to extract a promise from him that he would share his ill-gotten spoils in equal portions with her. At one time after the fracas in Bath Street, he had even given her a vague promise of marriage. Therefore he had kept secret from her the relation of that day spent at Dover. Now she felt that even if he were free, she would never consent to link her future irretrievably with his. But her share of the money she meant to have. She was tired of poverty, tired of planning and scheming, of debt and humiliation. She was tired of her life of dependence at École Court, and felt a sufficiency of youth and buoyancy in herself yet to enjoy a final decade of luxury and amusement in London. Therefore she closed her ears to every call of conscience. She shut her heart against the lonely young girl who so sadly needed the counsels and protections of a good woman, and she was quite ready to lend a helping hand to Sir Marmaduke, at least until a goodly share of Lady Sue's fortune was safely within her grasp. One point occurred to her now, which caused her to ask anxiously, "Have you not made your reckonings without Richard Lambert, Marmaduke? He is back in these parts, you know." "Ah!" he ejaculated, with a quick scowl of impatience. "He has returned?" "Yes, Charity was my informant. He looks very ill, so the wench says. He has been down with fever, it appears, all the while that he was in prison, and was only discharged because they feared that he would die. He contrived to work or beg his way back here, and now he is staying in the village. I thought you would have heard." "No, I never speak to the old woman, and Adam Lambert avoids me as he would the plague. I see as little of them as I can. I had to be prudent these last final days." "Heaven grant he may do nothing fatal to day," she murmured. "Nay, my dear Editha," he retorted with a harsh laugh, "'tis scarcely Heaven's business to look after our schemes. But Lambert can do us very little harm now. For his own sake, he will keep out of Sue's way. At what hour does Master Skiffington arrive?" "In half an hour." Then, as he saw that she was putting into effect her former resolve of going out, despite the rain, and was once more readjusting her hood for that purpose, he opened the door for her, and whispered as he followed her out, "And you will follow me, my dear Editha. I'll accompany you on your walk. We might push on down the Canterbury Road, and perhaps meet Master Skiffington. I understand that Sue has been asking for me, and I would prefer to meet her as seldom as possible just now. This is my last day," he concluded with a laugh, "and I must be doubly careful." End of chapter 24. Chapter 25 of The Nest of the Sparrowhawk by Emma ORCZY. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Dion Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. An interlude. Master Hymn of Praise Busy was vastly perturbed. Try how he might, he had been unable to make any discovery with regard to the mysterious events which he felt sure were occurring all round him, a discovery which, had he but made it, would have enabled him to apply with more chance of success for one of the posts in my Lord Protector's secret service, and moreover would have covered his name with glory. This last contingency was always uppermost in his mind, not from any feeling of personal pride, for of a truth vanity is a mortal sin, but because Mistress Charity had of late cast uncommonly kind eyes on that cringing worm, Master Courage Toogood, and the latter, emboldened by the minx's favours, had been more than usually insolent to his betters. To have the right to administer serious physical punishment to the youth, and moral reproof to the wench, was part of Master Busy's comprehensive scheme for his own advancement and the confusion of all the miscreants who dwelt in Acol Court. For this he had glued both eye and ear to draughty keyholes, and lain for hours under cover of prickly thistles in the sunk fence which surrounded the flower garden. For this he now emerged on that morning of November 2nd, accompanied by a terrific clatter and a volley of soot from out the depth of the monumental chimney in the hall of Acol Court. As soon as he had recovered sufficient breath, and shaken off some of the soot from his hair and face, he looked solemnly about him, and was confronted by two pairs of eyes round with astonishment, and two mouths agape with surprise and with fear. Mistress Charity and Master Courage Toogood, interrupted in the midst of their animated conversation, were now speechless with terror at sight of this black apparition, which literally had descended on them from the skies. "Lud love ye, Master Busy!" ejaculated Mistress Charity, who was the first to recognize in the sooty wraith the manly form of her betrothed. "Where have ye come from, pray?" "Have you been scouring the chimney, good master?" queried Master Courage with some diffidence, for the saintly man looked somewhat out of humour. "No," replied Him of Praise solemnly, "I have not. But I tell ye both that my hour hath come. I knew that something was happening in this house, and I climbed up that chimney in order to find out what it was." Pardonable curiosity caused Mistress Charity to venture a little nearer to the soot-covered figure of her adorer. "And did you hear anything, Master Busy?" she asked eagerly. "I see Sir Marmaduke and the mistress in close conversation here this morning." "So they thought," said Master Him of Praise with weird significance. "Well, and what happened, good master?" "Thou be'st in too mighty an hurry, mistress," he retorted with quiet dignity. "I am under no obligation to report matters to thee." "Oh, but Master Busy," she rejoined coyly, "methought I was to be your thy partner in life, and so—" "My partner, didst thou say, sweet Charity? Nay, then, an thou'lt permit me to salute thee with a kiss, I'll tell thee all I know." And in asking for that chaste salute, we may assume that Master Him of Praise was actuated with at least an equal desire to please Mistress Charity, to gratify his own wishes, and to effectually annoy Master Courage. But Mistress Charity was actuated by curiosity alone, and without thought of her betrothed grimy appearance, she presented her cheek to him for the kiss. The result caused Master Courage an uncontrollable fit of hilarity. "Oh, mistress," he said, pointing to the black imprint left on her face by her lover's kiss, "you should gaze into a mirror now." But already Mistress Charity had guessed what had occurred. Her good humour vanished, and she began scouring her face with her pinner. "I'll never forgive you, master," she said crossly. "You had no right to with your face in that condition, and you have not yet told us what happened." "What happened? "Ay, you promised to tell me if I allowed you to kiss me. 'Tis done." "I well nigh broke my back," said Master Busy sententiously. "I hurt my knee, that is what happened. I am well nigh choked with soot. Ugh, that is what happened." "Lud love you, Master Busy," she retorted with a saucy toss of her head. "I trust your life's partner will not need to hide herself in chimneys. Listen, wench, and I'll tell thee, no kind of servant of my Lord Protector's should ever be called upon to hide in chimneys. They are not comfortable, and they are not clean." "Bless the man!" she cried angrily. "Are you ever going to tell us what did happen whilst you were there?" "I was about to come to that point," he said imperturbably, "hast thou not interrupted me. What with holding on so as not to fall, and the soot falling in my ears." "Ay, ay, I heard nothing," he concluded solemnly. "Master Courage," he added with becoming severity, seeing that the youth was on the verge of making a ribald remark, which of necessity had to be checked betimes, "come into my room with me, and help me to clean the traces of my difficult task from off my person. Come." And with ominous significance he approached the young scoffer, his hand on an exact level with the latter's ear, his right foot raised to indicate a possible means of enforcing obedience to his commands. On the whole, Master Courage thought it wise to repress both his hilarity and his pertinent remarks, and to follow the pompous, if begrimed, butler to the latter's room upstairs. End of chapter 25. Chapter 26 of The Nest of the Sparrowhawk by Emma ORCZY. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Dion Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. The Outcast. It took Mistress Charity some little time to recover her breath. She had thrown herself into a chair with her pinner over her face in an uncontrollable fit of laughter. When this outburst of hilarity had subsided, she sat up and looked round her with eyes still streaming with merry tears. But the laughter suddenly died on her lips, and the merriment out of her eyes. A dull, tired voice had just said feebly, "Is Sir Marmaduke de Chevaux within?" Charity jumped up from the chair and stared stupidly at the speaker. "Oh, Lord love you, Master Richard Lambert," she murmured, "I thought you were your ghost." "Forgive me, mistress, if I have frightened you," he said. "It is mine own self, I give you assurance of that, and I fain would have speech with Sir Marmaduke." Mistress Charity was visibly embarrassed. She began mechanically to rub the black stain on her cheek. "Sir Marmaduke is without just at present, Master Lambert," she stammered shyly, "and—" "Yes, and?" he asked. "What is it, wench? Speak out." "Sir Marmaduke gave orders, Master Lambert," she began with obvious reluctance, "that—" She paused, and he concluded the sentence for her. "That I was not to be allowed inside his house. Was that it?" "Alas, yes, good master." "Never mind, girl," he rejoined as he deliberately crossed the hall and sat down in the chair which she had just vacated. "You have done your duty, but you could not help admitting me, could you, since I walked in of mine own accord, and now that I am here I will remain until I have seen Sir Marmaduke." "Well, of a truth, good master," she said with a smile, for 'twas but natural that her feminine sympathies should be on the side of a young and good-looking man, somewhat in her own sphere of life, as against the ill-humoured, parsimonious master whom she served. "And you sit there so determinedly, I cannot prevent you, can I?" Then, as she perceived the look of misery on the young man's face, his pale cheeks, his otherwise vigorous frame obviously attenuated by fear, the motherly instinct present in every good woman's heart caused her to go up to him and to address him timidly, offering such humble solace as her simple heart could dictate. "Lud preserve you, good master, I pray you do not take on so. You know Master Courage and I now never believed all those stories about ye. Of a truth, Master Busy, he had his own views, but then, you see, good master, he and I do not always agree, even though I own that he is vastly clever with his discoveries and his clues. But Master Courage is a wonderful lad, and he thinks that you are a persecuted hero, and I am bound to say that I, too, hold that view." Thank you, kind mistress," said Lambert, smiling despite his dejection at the girl's impulsive efforts at consolation. His head had sunk down on his breast, and he sat there in the high backed chair, one hand resting on each leather covered arm, his pale face showing almost ghost like against the dark background, and with the faint November light illumining the dark circled eyes, the bloodless lips, and deeply frowning brow. Mistress Charity gazed down on him with mute and kindly compassion. Then suddenly a slight rustling noise, as of a kirtle sweeping the polished oak of the stairs, caused the girl to look up, then to pause a brief while, as if what she had now seen had brought forth a new train of thought. Finally, she tiptoed silently out through the door of the dining hall. "Charity, Mistress Charity, I want you," called Lady Sue from above. We must presume, however, that the wench had closed the heavy door behind her, for certainly she did not come in answer to the call. On the other hand, Richard Lambert had heard it. He sprang to his feet and saw Sue descending the stairs. She saw him too, and it seemed as if at sight of him she had turned and meant to fly, but a word from him detained her. "Sue!" Only once had he thus called her by her name before, that long ago night in the woods, but now the cry came from out his heart, brought forth by his misery and his sorrow, his sense of terrible injustice and of an irretrievable wrong. It never occurred to her to resent the familiarity. At sound of her name, thus spoken by him, she had looked down from the stairs and seen his pallid face turned up to her in such heart-rending appeal for sympathy that all her womanly instincts of tenderness and pity were aroused, all her old feeling of trustful friendship for him. She, too, felt much of that loneliness which his yearning eyes expressed so pathetically. She, too, was conscious of grave injustice and of an irretrievable wrong, and her heart went out to him immediately in kindness and in love. "Don't go, for pity's sake," he added entreatingly, for he thought that she meant to turn away from him. "Surely you will not begrudge me a few words of kindness. I have gone through a great deal since I saw you." She descended a few steps, her delicate hand still resting on the banisters, her silken kirtle making a soft swishing noise against the polished oak of the stairs. It was a solace to him even to watch her now. The sight of his adored mistress was balm to his aching eyes. Yet he was quick to note, with that sharp intuition peculiar to love, that her dear face had lost much of its brightness, of its youth, of its joy of living. She was as exquisite to look on as ever, but she seemed older, more gentle, and, alas, a trifle sad. "I heard you had been ill," she said softly. I was very sorry, believe me, but oh, do you not think," she added with sudden, inexplicable pathos, whilst she felt hot tears rising to her eyes and causing her voice to quiver, "do you not think that an interview between us now can only be painful to us both?" He mistook the intention of her words, as was only natural, and whilst she mistrusted her own feelings for him, fearing to betray that yearning for his friendship and his consolation which had so suddenly overwhelmed her at sight of him, he thought that she feared the interview because of her condemnation of him. "Then you believe me guilty," he said sadly. "They told you this hideous tale of me, and you believed them, without giving the absent one, who, alas, could not speak in his own defence, the benefit of the doubt. For one of those subtle reasons of which women alone possess the secret, and which will forever remain inexplicable to the more logical sex, she steeled her heart against him, even when her entire sensibilities went out to him in passionate sympathy. I could not help but believe, good master," she said a little coldly, "Sir Marmaduke de Chevreuse, who, with all his faults of temper, is a man of honour, confirmed that horrible story which appeared in the newspaper, and of which every one in Thanet hath been talking these weeks past." "And am I not a man of honour," he retorted hotly, "because I am poor and must work in order to live? Am I to be condemned unheard? Is a whole life's record of self-education and honest labour to be thus obliterated by the word of my most bitter enemy?" "Your bitter enemy?" she asked. "Sir Marmaduke?" "Ay, Sir Marmaduke de Chevreuse. It seems passing strange, does it not?" he rejoined bitterly. "Yet somehow in my heart I feel that Sir Marmaduke hates me with a violent and passionate hatred. Nay, I know it, though I can explain neither its cause nor its ultimate aim." He drew nearer to the stairs whereon she still stood, her graceful figure slightly leaning towards him. He now stood close to her, his head just below the level of her own. His hand, had he dared to raise it, could have rested on hers. "Sue, my beautiful and worshipped lady," he cried impassionedly, "I entreat you to look into my eyes. Can you see in them the reflex of those shameful deeds which have been imputed to me? Do I look like a liar and a cheat? In the name of pity and of justice, for the sweet sake of our first days of friendship, I beg of you not to condemn me unheard." He lowered his head and rested his aching brow against her cool white hand. She did not withdraw it, for a great joy had suddenly filled her heart, mingling with its sadness a sense of security and of bitter yet real happiness pervaded her whole being, a happiness which she could not, wished not to explain, but which prompted her to stoop yet further towards him, and to touch his hair with her lips. Hot tears which he tried vainly to repress fell upon her fingers. He had felt the kiss descending on him almost like a benediction. The exquisite fragrance of her person filled his soul with a great delight, which was almost pain. Never had he loved her so ardently, so passionately as at this moment, when he felt that she too loved him, and yet was lost to him irrevocably. "Nay, but I will hear you, good master," she murmured with infinite gentleness, "for the sake of that friendship, and because, now that I have seen you again, I no longer believe any evil of you." "God bless my dear lady," he replied fervently. Heaven is my witness that I am innocent of those abominable crimes imputed to me. Sir Marmaduke took me to that house of evil, and a cruel plot was there concocted to make me appear before all men as a liar and a cheat, and to disgrace me before the world and before you. That the object of this plot was to part me from you," added Richard Lambert, more calmly and firmly, "I am absolutely confident. What its deeper motive was I dare not even think. It was known that I loved you, Sue, that I would give my life to save you from trouble. I was your slave, your watchdog. I was forcibly removed, torn from you, my name disgraced, my health broken down, but my life was not for them. It belongs to my lady alone. Heaven would not allow it to be sacrificed to their villainous schemes. I fought against sickness and death with all the energy of despair. It was a hand-to-hand fight, for discouragement and anon despair ranged themselves among my foes. And now I have come back," he said with proud energy, "broken mayhap, yet still standing, a snapped oak, yet full of vigour. Yet I have come back, and with God's help will be even with them yet." He had straightened his young figure, and his strong, somewhat harsh voice echoed through the oak panelled hall. He cared not if all the world heard him, if his enemies lurked about striving to spy upon him. His profession of love and of service to his lady was the sole remaining pride of his life, and now that he knew that she believed and trusted him, he longed for every man to hear what he had to say. "Nay, what you say, kind Richard, fills me with dread," said Sue after a little pause. "I am glad that you have come back. For some weeks, nay, months past, I have had the presentiment of some coming evil. I have felt lonely and not unhappy," he said with his usual earnestness. "I would not have my lady unhappy for all the treasures of this world." "No," she replied meditatively, striving to be conscious of her own feelings, "I do not think that I am unhappy, only anxious and a little lonely. That is all. Sir Marmaduke is oft away. When he is at home I scarce ever see him, and he but rarely speaks to me. And methinks there is but scant sympathy twixt Mistress de Chavasse and me, though she is kind at times in her way." Then she turned her eyes, bright with unshed tears, down again to him. "But all seems right again," she said with a sweet, sad smile, "now that you have come back, my dear, dear friend. God bless you for these words. I grieved terribly when I heard about you at first," she said almost gaily now, "yet somehow I could not believe it all. And now—" "Yes, and now?" he asked. "Now I believe in you," she replied simply. "I believe that you care for me, and that you are my friend. Your friend indeed, for I would give my life for you." Once more he stooped, but now he kissed her hand. He was her friend, and had the right to do this. He had gradually mastered his emotion, his sense of wrong, and with that exquisite selflessness which real love alone can kindle in a human heart, he had succeeded in putting aside all thought of his own great misery, his helplessness, and the hopelessness of his position, and remembered only that she looked fragile, a little older, sadder, and had need of his help. "And now, sweet lady," he said, forcing himself to speak calmly of that which always set his heart and senses into a turmoil of passionate jealousy, "will you tell me something about him?" "Him? The Prince," he suggested. But she shook her head resolutely. "No, kind Richard," she said gently, "I will not speak to you of the Prince. I know that you do not think well of him. I wish to look upon you as my friend, and I could not do that if you spoke ill of him, because—" She paused, for what she now had to tell him was very hard to say, and she knew what a terrible blow she would be dealing to his heart from the wild beating of her own. "Yes?" he asked. "Because—" "Because he is my husband," she whispered. Her head fell forward on her breast. She would not trust herself to look at him now, for she knew that the sight of his grief was more than she could bear. She was conscious that at her words he had drawn his hand away from hers, but he spoke no word, nor did the faintest exclamation escape his lips. Thus they remained for a few moments longer, side by side, she slightly above him, with head bent, with hot tears falling slowly from her downcast eyes, her heart well nigh breaking with the consciousness of the irreparable. He somewhat below, silent too, and rigid, all passion, all emotion, love even, numbed momentarily by the violence, the suddenness of this terrible blow. Then, without a word, without a sigh or look, he turned, and she heard his footsteps echoing across the hall, then dying away on the threshold of the door beyond. Anon the door itself closed too, with a dull bang, which seemed to find an echo in her heart, like the tolling of a passing bell. Then only did she raise her head and look about her. The hall was deserted, and seemed infinitely lonely, silent, and grim. The young girl wife, who had just found a friend only to lose him again, called out in mute appeal to this old house, the oak-covered walls, the very stones themselves, for sympathy. She was so infinitely, so immeasurably lonely, with that awful, irretrievable day at Dover behind her, with all its dreariness, its silent solemnity, its weird finish in the vestry, the ring upon her finger, her troth plighted to a man whom she feared and no longer loved. Oh, the pity of it all, the broken young life, the vanished dreams. Sue bent her head down upon her hands. Her lips touched her own fingers there where her friends had rested in gratitude and love, and she cried like a broken-hearted woman, cried for her lost illusions and the end of her brief romance. End of chapter 26. Chapter 27 of The Nest of the Sparrowhawk by Emma ORCZY. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Dion Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Lady Sue's Fortune. Less than an hour later, 4 people were assembled in the small withdrawing room of Acol Court. Master Skiffington sat behind a central table, a little pompous of manner, clad in sober black, with well-starched linen cuffs and collar, his scanty hair closely cropped, his thin hands fingering with assurance and perfect calm the various documents laid out before him. Near him, Sir Marmaduke de Chevreuse, sitting with his back to the dim November light, which vainly strove to penetrate the tiny glass panes of the casement windows. In a more remote corner of the room sat Editha de Chevreuse, vainly trying to conceal the agitation which her trembling hands, her quivering face, and restless eyes persistently betrayed. And beside the central table, near Master Skiffington, and facing Sir Marmaduke, was Lady Susanna Aldmarsh, only daughter and heiress of the late Earl of Dover, this day aged 21 years, and about to receive from the hands of her legal guardians the vast fortune which her father had bequeathed to her, and which was to become absolutely hers this day to dispose of as she list. "And now, my dear child," said Master Skiffington, with due solemnity, and papers in methodical order upon the table, "let me briefly explain to you the object of this momentous meeting here to-day." "I am all attention, master," said Sue vaguely, and her eyes wide open, obviously absent, she gazed fixedly on the silhouette of Sir Marmaduke, grimly outlined against the greyish window panes. "I must tell you, my dear child," resumed Master Skiffington, after a slight pause, during which he had studied with vague puzzledom the inscrutable face of the young girl, "I must tell you that your late father, the noble Earl of Dover, had married the heiress of Peter Ford, the wealthiest merchant this country hath ever known. She was your own lamented mother, and the whole of her fortune, passing through her husband's hands, hath now devolved upon you. My much esteemed patron, I may venture to say friend, Sir Marmaduke de Chevreuse, having been appointed your legal guardian by the Court of Chancery, and I myself being thereupon named the repository of your securities, these have been administered by me up to now. You are listening to me, are you not, my dear young lady?" The question was indeed necessary, for even to Master Skiffington's unobservant mind it was apparent that Sue's eyes had a look of aloofness in them, of detachment from her surroundings, which was altogether inexplicable to the worthy attorney's practical sense of the due fitness of things. At his query she made a sudden effort to bring her thoughts back from the past to the present, to drag her heart and her aching brain away from that half hour spent in the hall, from that conversation with her friend, from the recollection of that terribly cruel blow which she had been forced to deal to the man who loved her best in all the world. "Yes, yes, kind master," she said, "I am listening." And she fixed her eyes resolutely on the attorney's solemn face, forcing her mind to grasp what he was about to say. "By the terms of your noble father's will," continued Master Skiffington, as soon as he had satisfied himself that he had at last held the heiress's attention, "the securities, receipts, and all other moneys are to be given over absolutely and unconditionally into your own hands on your 21st birthday." "Which is to-day," said Sue simply. "Which is to-day," assented the lawyer. "The securities, receipts, and other bonds, grants of monopolies, and so forth, lie before you on this table. They represent in value over 500,000 of English money, a very large sum indeed for so young a girl to have full control of. Nevertheless, it is yours absolutely and unconditionally, according to the wishes of your late noble father, and Sir Marmaduke de Chevreuse, your late guardian, and I myself have met you here this day for the express purpose of handing these securities, grants, and receipts over to you, and to obtain in exchange your own properly attested signature in full discharge of any further obligation on our part." Master Skiffington was earnestly gazing into the young girl's face, whilst he thus literally dangled before her the golden treasures of wealth which were about to become absolutely her own. He thought, not unnaturally, that a girl of her tender years, brought up in the loneliness and seclusion of a not too luxurious home, would feel in a measure dazzled and certainly overjoyed at the brilliant prospect which such independent and enormous wealth opened out before her. But the amiable attorney was vastly disappointed to see neither pleasure nor even interest expressed in Lady Sue's face, which on this joyous and momentous occasion looked unnaturally calm and pallid. Even now, when he paused, expectant and eager, waiting for some comment or exclamation of approval or joy from her, she was silent for a while, and then said in a stolidly inquiring tone, "Then after to-day I shall have full control of my money?" "Absolute control, my dear young lady," he rejoined, feeling strangely perturbed at this absence of emotion. "And no one, after to-day, will have the right to inquire as to the use I make of these securities, grants, or whatever you, Master Skiffington, have called them?" she continued with the same placidity. "No one, of a surety, my dear Sue," here interposed Sir Marmaduke, speaking in his usual harsh and dictatorial way. "But this is a strange and somewhat peremptory question for a young maid to put at this juncture. Master Skiffington and myself had hoped that you would listen to counsels of prudence, and would allow him, who hath already administered your fortune in a vastly able manner, to continue so to do, for a while at any rate." "That question we can discuss later on, Sir Marmaduke," said Sue now, with sudden hauteur. "Shall we proceed with our business, master?" she added, turning deliberately to the lawyer, ignoring with calm disdain the very presence of her late guardian. The studied contempt of his ward's manner, however, seemed not to disturb the serenity of Sir Marmaduke to any appreciable extent. Casting a quick, inquisitorial glance at Sue, he shrugged his shoulders in token of indifference, and said no more. "Certainly, certainly," responded Master Skiffington, somewhat embarrassed. "My dear young lady, as you wish, but—" Then he turned deliberately to Sir Marmaduke, once more bringing him into the proceedings, and tacitly condemning her ladyship's extraordinary attitude towards his distinguished patron. Having now explained to Lady Sue Aldmarsh the terms of her noble father's will, he said, "Methinks that she is ready to receive the moneys from our hands, good Sir Marmaduke, and thereupon to give us the proper receipt prescribed by law for the same." He checked himself for a moment, and then made a respectful, if pointed, suggestion. "Mistress de Chavasse," he said inquiringly. "Mistress de Chavasse is a member of the family," replied Sir Marmaduke. "The business can be transacted in her presence." "Nothing, therefore, remains to be said, my dear young lady," rejoined Master Skiffington, once more speaking directly to Sue, and placing his lean hands, with fingers outstretched, over the bundles of papers lying before him. "Here are your securities, your grants, moneys, and receipts, worth 500,000 pounds of the present currency of this realm. These I, in mine own name, and that of my honoured friend and patron, Sir Marmaduke de Chavasse, do hereby hand over to you. You will, I pray, verify and sign the receipt in proper and due form." He began sorting and overlooking the papers, muttering half audibly the while, as he transferred each bundle from his own side of the table to that beside which Lady Sue was sitting. "The deeds of property in Holland, receipts of money deposited at the Bank of Amsterdam, the same from the Bank of Vienna, grant of monopoly for the hemp trade in Russia, Thus he mumbled for some time, as these papers, representing a fortune, passed out of his keeping into those of a young maid but recently out of her teens. She watched him silently and placidly, just as she had done throughout this momentous interview, which was, of a truth, the starting point of her independent life. Her face expressed neither joy nor excitement of any kind. She knew that all the wealth which now lay before her would only pass briefly through her hands. She knew that the prince, her husband, was waiting for it even now. Doubtless he was counting the hours when his young wife's vast fortune would come to him as the realization of all his dreams. In spite of her present disbelief in his love, in spite of the bitter knowledge that her own had waned, Sue had no misgivings as yet as to the honor, the truth, the loyalty of the man whose name she now bore. Her illusions were gone, her romance had become dull reality, but to one thought she clung with all the tenacity of despair, and that was to the illusion that Prince Amédée de Orleans was the selfless patriot, the regenerator of downtrodden France, which he represented himself to be. Because of that belief, she welcomed the wealth which she would this day be able to place in his hands. Her own girlish dreams had vanished, but her temperament was far too romantic and too poetic not to recreate illusions, even when the old ones had been so ruthlessly shattered. But this recreation would occur anon, not just now, not at the very moment when her heart ached with an intolerable pain at the thought of the sorrow which she had caused to her one friend. Presently, no doubt, when she met her husband, when his usual grandiloquent phrases had once more succeeded in arousing her enthusiasm for the cause which he pleaded, she would once more feel serene and happy at thought of the help which she, with her great wealth, would be giving him. For the nonce, the whole transaction grated on her sense of romance, money passing from hand to hand, a man waiting somewhere in the dark to receive wealth from a woman's hand. Master Skiffington desired her to look over the papers ere she signed the formal receipt for them, but she waved them gently aside. "Quite unnecessary, kind master," she said decisively, "since I received them at your hands." She bent over the document which the lawyer now placed before her, and took the pen from him. "Where shall I sign?" she asked. Sir Marmaduke and Editha de Chavas watched her keenly, as with a bold stroke of the pen she wrote her name across the receipt. "Now the papers, please, master," said Lady Sue peremptorily. But the prudent lawyer had still a word of protest to enter here. "My dear young lady," he said tentatively, awed in spite of himself by the self-possessed behavior of a maid whom up to now he had regarded as a mere child, "let me, as a man of vast experience in such matters, repeat to you the well-meant advice which Sir Marmaduke—" But she checked him decisively, though kindly. "You said, Master Skiffington, did you not," she said, "that after to-day no one had the slightest control over my actions or over my fortune?" "That is so, certainly," he rejoined, "but—" "Well, then, kind master, I pray you," she said authoritatively, "to hand me over all those securities, grants, and moneys for which I have just signed a receipt." There was not to do for a punctilious lawyer, as was Master Skiffington, but to obey forthwith. This he did without another word, collecting the various bundles of paper and placing them one by one in the brown leather wallet which he had brought for the purpose. She watched him quietly, and when the last of the important documents had been deposited in the wallet, she held out her hand for it. With a grave bow and an unconsciously pompous gesture, Master Skiffington, attorney at law, handed over that wallet which now contained a fortune to Lady Susanna Aldmarsh. She took it, and graciously bowed her head to him in acknowledgment. Then, after a slight, distinctly haughty nod to Sir Marmaduke and to Editha, she turned and walked silently out of the room. End of chapter 27. Chapter 28 of The Nest of the Sparrowhawk by Emma ORCZY. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Dion Johns, Salt Lake City, Utah. Husband and wife. Mistress Martha Lambert was a dignified old woman on whose wrinkled face stern virtues, sedulously practiced, had left their lasting imprint. Among these virtues, which she had thus somewhat ruthlessly exercised throughout her long life, cleanliness and orderliness stood out preeminently. They undoubtedly had brought some of the deepest furrows round her eyes and mouth, as indeed they had done round those of Adam Lambert, who, having lived with her all his life, had had to suffer from her passion of scrubbing and tidying more than any one else. But her cottage was resplendent, her chief virtues being apparent in every nook and corner of the orderly little rooms which formed her home, and that of the two lads whom a dying friend had entrusted to her care. The parlour below, with its highly polished bits of furniture, its spotless wooden floor and whitewashed walls, was a miracle of cleanliness. The table in the centre was laid with a snowy white cloth. On it the pewter candlesticks shone like antique silver. Two straight-backed mahogany chairs were drawn cosily near to the hearth, wherein burned a bright fire made up of ash logs. There was a quaint circular mirror in a gilt frame over the hearth, a relic of former, somewhat more prosperous times. In one of the chairs lolled the mysterious lodger, whom a strange fate, in a perverse mood, seemed to have wafted to this isolated little cottage on the outskirts of the loneliest village in Thanet. Prince Amédée d'Orléans was puffing on that strange weed which of late had taken such marked hold of most men, tending to idleness in them, for it caused them to sit staring at the smoke which they drew from pipes made of clay. Surely the Lord had never intended such strange doings, and Mistress Martha would willingly have protested against the unpleasant odour thus created by her lodger when he was puffing away, only that she stood somewhat in awe of his ill humour and of his violent language, especially when Adam himself was from home. On these occasions, such, for instance, as the present one, she had perforce to be content with additional efforts at cleanliness, and as she was convinced that so much smoke must be conducive to soot and dirt, she plied her dusting cloth with redoubled vigour and energy. Whilst the prince lolled and pulled at his clay pipe, she busied herself all round the tiny room, polishing the backs of the old elm chairs and the brass handles of the chest of drawers. "How much longer are you going to fuss about, my good woman?" quoth Prince Amédée d'Orléans impatiently, after a while. "This shuffling round me irritates my nerves." Mistress Martha, however, suffered from deafness. She could see from the quick, angry turn of the head that her lodger was addressing her, but did not catch his words. She drew a little nearer, bending her ear to him. "Eh? What?" she queried in that high-pitched voice peculiar to the deaf. "I am somewhat hard of hearing just now. I did not hear thee." But he pushed her roughly aside with a jerk of his elbow. "Go away," he said impatiently. "Do not worry me." "Ah, the little pigs!" she rejoined blithely, "I thank thee. They be doing nicely, thank the Lord, 6 of them, and what? I'm a bit hard of hearing these times." He had some difficulty in keeping up even a semblance of calm. The placidity of the old Quakeress irritated him beyond endurance. He dreaded the return of Adam Lambert from his work, and, worse still, he feared the arrival of Richard. Fortunately, he had gathered from Martha that the young man had come home early in the day in a state of high nervous tension, bordering on acute fever. He had neither eaten nor drunk, but after tidying his clothes and reassuring her as to his future movements, he had sallied out into the woods, and had not returned since then. Sir Marmaduke had quickly arrived at the conclusion that Richard Lambert had seen and spoken to Lady Sue, and had learned from her that she was now irrevocably married to him, whom she always called her prince. Doubtless the young man was frenzied with grief, and in his weak state of health, after the terrible happenings of the past few weeks, would mayhap either go raving mad or end his miserable existence over the cliffs. Either eventuality would suit Sir Marmaduke admirably, and he sighed with satisfaction at the thought that the knot between the heiress and himself was indeed tied sufficiently firm now to ensure her obedience to his will. There was to be one more scene in the brief and cruel drama which he had devised for the hoodwinking and final spoliation of a young and inexperienced girl. She had earlier in the day been placed in possession of all the negotiable part of her fortune. This, though by no means representing the whole of her wealth, which also lay in landed estates, was nevertheless of such magnitude that the thought of its possession caused every fibre in Sir Marmaduke's body to thrill with the delight of expectancy. One more brief scene in the drama, the handing over of that vast fortune by the young girl wife, blindly and obediently, to the man whom she believed to be her husband. Once that scene enacted, the curtain would fall on the love episode twixt a romantic and ignorant maid and the most daring scoundrel that had ever committed crime to obtain a fortune. In anticipation of that last and magnificent denouement, Sir Marmaduke had once more donned the disguise of the exiled Orleans prince, the elaborate clothes, the thick perruque, the black silk shade over the left eye, which gave him such a sinister expression. Now he was literally devoured with the burning desire to see Sue arriving with that wallet in her hand, which contained securities and grants to the value of £500,000. A brief interlude with her, a few words of perfunctory affection, a few assurances of good faith, and he, as her princely husband, would vanish from her ken forever. He meant to go abroad immediately, this very night if possible. Prudence and caution could easily be thrown to the winds once the negotiable securities were actually in his hands. What he could convert into money he would do immediately, going to Amsterdam first to withdraw the sum standing at the bank there on deposit, and for which anon he would possess the receipt. After that, the sale of the grant of monopolies should be easy of accomplishment. Sir Marmaduke had boundless faith in his own ability to carry through his own business. He might stand to lose some of the money perhaps. Prudence and caution might necessitate the relinquishing of certain advantages, but even then he would be rich and passing rich, and he knew that he ran but little risk of detection. The girl was young, inexperienced, and singularly friendless. Sir Marmaduke felt convinced that none of the foreign transactions could ever be directly traced to himself. He would be prudent, and Europe was wide, and he meant to leave English grants and securities severely alone. He had mused and pondered on his plans all day. The evening found him half exhausted with nerve strain, febrile, and almost sick with the agony of waiting. He had calculated that Sue would be free towards 7 o'clock, as he had given Editha strict injunctions to keep discreetly out of the way, whilst at a previous meeting in the park it had been arranged that the young girl should come to the cottage with the money on the evening of her 21st birthday, and there hand her fortune over to her rightful lord. Now Sir Marmaduke cursed himself and his folly for having made this arrangement. He had not known, when he made it, that Richard would be back at Acol then. Adam, the smith, never came home before 8 o'clock, and the old Quakeress herself would not have been much in the way. Even now she had shuffled back into her kitchen, leaving her ill-humoured lodger to puff away at the malodorous weed as he chose. But Richard might return at any moment, and then Sir Marmaduke had never thought of that possible contingency. If Richard Lambert came face to face with him, he would of a surety pierce the disguise of the prince, and recognize the man who had so deeply wronged poor unsuspecting Lady Sue. If only a kindly fate had kept the young man away another 24 hours, or better still, if it led the despairing lover's footsteps to the extremest edge of the cliffs. Sir Marmaduke now paced the narrow room up and down in an agony of impatience. 9 o'clock had struck long ago, but Sue had not yet come. The wildest imaginings run riot in the schemer's brain. Every hour, nay, every minute spent within was fraught with danger. He sought his broad-brimmed hat, determined now to meet Sue in the park, to sally forth at risk of missing her, at risk of her arriving here at the cottage when he was absent, and of her meeting Richard Lambert, perhaps, before the irrevocable deed of gift had been accomplished. But the suspense was intolerable. With a violent oath, Sir Marmaduke pressed the hat over his head and strode to the door. His hand was on the latch, when he heard a faint sound from without. A girl's footsteps, timorous yet swift, along the narrow flagged path which led down the tiny garden gate. At next moment he had thrown open the door, and Sue stood before him. Anyone but a bold and unscrupulous schemer would have been struck by the pathos of the solitary figure which now appeared in the tiny doorway. The penetrating November drizzle had soaked through the dark cloak and hood, which now hung heavy and dank round the young girl's shoulders. Framed by the hood, her face appeared preternaturally pale. Her lips were quivering, and her eyes, large and dilated, had almost a hunted look in them. Oh, the pity and sadness of it all! For in her small and trembling hands she was clutching with pathetic tenacity a small brown wallet which contained a fortune worthy of a princess. She looked eagerly into her husband's face, dreading the scowl, the outburst of anger or jealousy, mayhap, which of late, alas, he had so oft greeted her arrival. But as was his wont, he stood with his back to the lighted room, and she could not read the expression of that one cyclops-like eye, which tonight appeared more sinister than ever beneath the thick paroquet and broad-brimmed hat. "I am sorry to be so late," she said timidly. The evening repast at the court was interminable, and Mistress de Chevas full of gossip. "Yes, yes, I know," he replied. "Am I not used to seeing that your social duties oft make you forget your husband?" "You are unjust, Amadei," she rejoined. She entered the little parlor and stood beside the table, making no movement to divest herself of her dripping cloak, or to sit down, nor indeed did her husband show the slightest inclination to ask her to do either. He had closed the door behind her, and followed her to the centre of the room. Was it by accident or design that as he reached the table he threw his broad brimmed hat down with such an unnecessary flourish of the arm that he knocked over one of the heavy pewter candlesticks, so that it rolled upon the floor, causing the tallow candle to sputter and die out with a weird and hissing sound? Only one dim yellow light now illumined the room. It shone full into the pallid face of the young wife standing some 3 paces from the table, whilst Prince Amadei d'Orleans' face between her and the light was once more in deep shadow. "You are unjust," she repeated firmly. "Have I not run the gravest possible risks for your sake, and those without murmur or complaint, for the past 6 months? Did I not compromise my reputation for you by meeting you alone of nights? I was labouring under the idea, my wench, that you were doing all that because you cared for me," he retorted with almost brutal curtness, "and because you had the desire to become the Princess d'Orleans. That desire is now gratified, and—" He had not really meant to be unkind. There was of a truth no object to be gained by being brutal to her now, but that wallet which she held so tightly clutched acted as an irritant to his nerves. Never of very equable temperament, and holding all women in lofty scorn, he chafed against all parleyings with his wife, now that the goal of his ambition was so close at hand. She winced at the insult, and the tears which she fain would have hidden from him rose involuntarily to her eyes. "Ah," she sighed, "if you only knew how little I care for that title of princess! Did you perchance think that I cared? Nay, how gladly would I give up all thought of ever bearing that proud appellation in exchange for a few more happy illusions such as I possessed 3 months ago. Illusions are all very well for a schoolgirl, my dear Suzanne," he remarked with a cool shrug of his massive shoulders. "Reality should be more attractive to you now." He looked her up and down, realizing perhaps for the first time that she was exquisitely beautiful, beautiful always, but more so now in the pathos of her helplessness, somewhat perfunctorily, because in his ignorance of women he thought that it would please her, and also because vaguely something human and elemental had suddenly roused his pulses. He relinquished his nonchalant attitude and came a step nearer to her. "You are very beautiful, my Suzanne," he said half ironically, and with marked emphasis on the possessive. Again he drew nearer, not choosing to note the instinctive stiffening of her figure, the shrinking look in her eyes. He caught her arm and drew her to him, laughing a low mocking laugh as he did so, for she had turned her face away from him. "Come," he said lightly, "will you not kiss me, my beautiful Suzanne, my wife, my princess?" She was silent, impassive, indifferent, so he thought, although the arm which he held trembled within his grasp. He stretched out his other hand, and taking her chin between his fingers, he forcibly turned her face towards him. Something in her face, in her attitude, now roused a certain rough passion in him. Mayhap the weary wailing during the day, the agonizing impatience, or the golden argosy so near to port, had strung up his nerves to fever pitch. Irritation against her impassiveness in such glaring contrast to her glowing ardor of but a few weeks ago, mingled with that essentially male desire to subdue and to conquer that which is inclined to resist, sent the blood coursing wildly through his veins. "Ah," he said with a half sigh of desire, half of satisfaction, as he looked into her upturned face, "the chaste blush of the bride is vastly becoming to you, my Suzanne. It acts as fuel to the flames of my love, since I can well remember the passionate kisses you gave me so willingly a while ago." The thought of that happy past gave her sudden strength. Catching him unawares, she wrenched herself free from his hold. "This is a mockery, Prince," she said with vehemence, and meeting his half-mocking glance with one of scorn. "Do you think that I have been blind these last few weeks? Your love for me hath changed, if indeed it ever existed, whilst you, my beautiful Suzanne," he rejoined lightly, "are mine, irrevocably, irretrievably mine, mine because I love you, and because you are my wife, and owe me that obedience which you vowed to heaven that you would give me. That is so, is it not?" There was a moment's silence in the tiny cottage parlour now, whilst he, gauging the full value of his words, knowing by instinct that he had struck the right chord in that vibrating girlish heart, watched the subtle change in her face from defiance and wrath to submission and appeal. "Yes, Amédée," she murmured after a while, "I owe you obedience, honour, and love, and you need not fear that I will fail in either. But you," she added with pathetic anxiety, "you do care for me still, do you not?" "Of course I care for you," he remarked. "I worship you. There, will that satisfy you? And now," he added peremptorily, "have you brought the money?" The short interlude of passion was over. His eye had accidentally rested for 1 second on the leather wallet which she still held tightly clutched, and all thoughts of her beauty, of his power, or his desires, had flown out to the winds. "Yes," she replied meekly, "it is all here, in the wallet." She laid it down upon the table, feeling neither anxiety nor remorse. He was her husband, and had a right to her fortune, as he had to her person, and to her thoughts and heart, and he wished. Nor did she care about the money, as to the value of which she was, of course, ignorant. Her wealth, up to now, had only a meaning for her, as part of some noble scheme for the regeneration of mankind. Now she hoped vaguely, as she put that wallet down on the table, then pushed it towards her husband, that she was purchasing her freedom with her wealth. Certainly she realized that his thoughts had very quickly been diverted from her beauty to the contents of the wallet. The mocking laugh died down on his lips, giving place to a sigh of deep satisfaction. "You were very prudent, my dear Suzanne, to place this portion of your wealth in my charge," he said as he slipped the bulky papers into the lining of his doublet. "Of course it is all yours, and I, your husband, am but the repository and guardian of your fortune. And now methinks 'twere prudent for you to return to the court. Sir Marmaduke de Chevreuse will be missing you." It did not seem to strike her as strange that he should dismiss her thus abruptly, and make no attempt to explain what his future plans might be, nor indeed what his intentions were with regard to herself. The intensity of her disappointment, the utter loneliness and helplessness of her position, had caused a veritable numbing of her faculties and of her spirit, and for the moment she was perhaps primarily conscious of a sense of relief at her dismissal. Like her wedding in the dismal little church, this day of her birthday, of her independence, of her handing over her fortune to her husband for the glorious purposes of his selfless schemes, had been so very, very different to what she had pictured to herself in her girlish and romantic dreams. The sordidness of it all had ruthlessly struck her. For the first time in her intercourse with this man, she doubted the genuineness of his motives. With the passing of her fortune from her hands to his, the last vestige of belief in him died down with appalling suddenness. It could not have been because of the expression in his eyes as he fingered the wallet, for this she could not see, since his face was still in shadow. It must have been just instinct, that and the mockery of his attempt to make love to her. Had he ever loved her, he could not have mocked. Not now that she was helpless and entirely at his mercy. Love once felt is sacred to him who feels. Mockery even of the ashes of love is an impossible desecration, one beyond the power of any man. Then if he had never loved her, why had he pretended? Why have deceived her with a semblance of passion? And the icy whisper of reason blew into her mental ear the ugly word, money. He opened the door for her, and without another word, she passed out into the dark night. Only when she reached the tiny gate at the end of the flagged path did she realize that he was walking with her. "I can find my way alone through the woods," she said coldly. "I came alone." "It was earlier then," he rejoined blandly, "and I prefer to see you safely as far as the park." And they walked on side by side in silence. Overhead, the melancholy drip of moisture falling from leaf to leaf and from leaf to the ground was the only sound that accompanied their footsteps. Sue shivered beneath her damp cloak, but she walked as far away from him as the width of the woodland path allowed. He seemed absorbed in his own thoughts, and not to notice how she shrank from the slightest contact with him. At the park gate he paused, having opened it for her to pass through. "I must bid you good night here, Suzanne," he said lightly. "There may be footpads about, and I must place your securities away under lock and key. I may be absent a few days for that purpose. London, you know," he added vaguely. Then, as she made no comment, "I will arrange for our next meeting," he said. "Anon, there will be no necessity to keep our marriage a secret, but until I give you permission to speak of it, 'twere better that you remained silent on that score." She contrived to murmur, "As you will," and presently, as he made no movement towards her, she said, "Good night." This time he had not even desired to kiss her. The next moment she had disappeared in the gloom. She fled as fast as she dared in the inky blackness of this November night. She could have run for miles or for hours away, away from all this sordidness, this avarice, this deceit and cruelty, away, away from him. How glad she was that darkness enveloped her, for now she felt horribly ashamed. Instinct, too, is cruel at times. Instinct had been silent so long during the most critical juncture of her own folly. Now it spoke loudly, warningly, now that it was too late. Ashamed of her own stupidity and blindness, her vanity mayhap had alone led her to believe the passionate protestations of a liar. A liar, a mean, cowardly schemer, but her husband for all that. She owed him love, honor, and obedience. If he commanded, she must obey. If he called, she must fain go to him. Oh, please God, that she had succeeded in purchasing her freedom from him by placing £500,000 in his hands. Shame, shame that this should be, that she should have mistaken vile schemes for love, that a liar's kisses should have polluted her soul, that she should be the wife, the bondswoman of a cheat. End of chapter 28. Chapter 29 of The Nest of the Sparrowhawk by Emma ORCZY. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Dion Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Goodbye. Sue! The cry rang out in the night close to her, and arrested her fleeing footsteps. She was close to the ha-ha, having run on blindly, madly, guided by that unaccountable instinct which makes for the shelter of home. In a moment she had recognized the voice. In a moment she was beside her friend. Her passionate mood passed away, leaving her calm and almost at peace. Shame still caused her cheeks to burn, but the night was dark, and doubtless he would not see. But she could feel that he was near her, therefore there was no fear in her. What had guided her footsteps hither she did not know. Of course he had guessed that she had been to meet her husband. There were no exclamations or protestations between them. She merely said quite simply, "I am glad that you came to say good-bye." The park was open here. The nearest trees were some 50 paces away, and in the ghostly darkness they could just perceive one another's silhouettes. The mist enveloped them as with a shroud. The damp, cold air caused them to shiver as under the embrace of death. "It is good-bye," he rejoined calmly. "Mayhap that I shall go abroad soon," she said. "With that man?" The cry broke out from the bitterness of his heart, but a cold little hand was placed restrainingly on his. "When I go, if I go," she murmured, "I shall do so with my husband. You see, my friend, do you not, that there is naught else to say but good-bye?" "And you will be happy, Sue?" he asked. "I hope so," she sighed wistfully. "You will always remember, will you not, my dear lady, that wherever you may be, there is always someone in remote Thanet who is ready at any time to give his life for you?" "Yes, I will remember," she said simply. "And you must promise me," he insisted, "promise me now, Sue, that if, which heaven forbid, you are in any trouble or sorrow, and I can do aught for you, that you will let me know, and send for me, and I will come." "Yes, Richard, I promise. Good-bye." And she was gone. The mist, the gloom hid her completely from view. He waited by the little bridge, for the night was still, and he would have heard if she called. He heard her light footsteps on the gravel, then on the flagged walk. Anon came the sound of the opening and shutting of a door. After that, silence, the silence of a winter's night, when not a breath of wind stirs the dead branches of the trees, when woodland and field and park are wrapped in the shroud of the mist. Richard Lambert turned back towards the village. Sue, married to another man, had passed out of his life forever. End of chapter 29. Chapter 30 of The Nest of the Sparrowhawk by Emma ORCZY. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Dion Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. all because of the tinder box. How oft it is in life that fate, leading a traveler in easy gradients upwards along a road of triumph, suddenly assumes a madcap mood, and with wanton hand throws a tiny obstacle in his way, an obstacle at times infinitesimal, scarce visible on that way towards success, yet powerful enough to trip the unwary traveller and bring him down to earth with sudden and woeful vigour. With Sir Marmaduke, so far, everything had prospered according to his wish. He had inveigled the heiress into a marriage which bound her to his will, yet left him personally free. She had placed her fortune unreservedly and unconditionally in his hands, and had, so far as he knew, not even suspected the treachery practised upon her by her guardian. Not a soul had pierced his disguise, and the identity of Prince Amédée d'Orléans was unknown even to his girl wife. With the disappearance of that mysterious personage, Sir Marmaduke, having realized Lady Sue's fortune, could resume life as an independent gentleman, with this difference, that henceforth he would be passing rich, able to gratify his ambition, to cut a figure in the world as he chose. Fortune, which had been his idol all his life, now was indeed his slave. He had it. He possessed it. It lay snug and safe in a leather wallet inside the lining of his doublet. Sue had gone out of his sight, desirous apparently of turning her back on him forever. He was rich and free. The game had been risky, daring beyond belief, yet he had won in the end. He could afford to laugh now at all the dangers, the subterfuges, the machinations, which had all gone to the making of that tragic comedy in which he had been the principal actor. The last scene in the drama had been successfully enacted, the curtain had been finally lowered, and Sir Marmaduke swore that there should be no epilogue to the play. Then it was that Fate, so well named the wanton jade, shook herself from out the torpor in which she had wandered for so long beside this Kentish squire. A spirit of mischief seized upon her, and whispered that she had held this man quite long enough by the hand, and that it would be far more amusing now to see him measure his length on the ground. And all that Fate did, in order to satisfy this spirit of mischief, was to cause Sir Marmaduke to forget his tinder box in the front parlour of Mistress Martha Lambert's cottage. A tinder box is a small matter, an object of infinitesimal importance when the broad light of day illumines the interior of houses or the bosquets of a park, but it becomes an object of paramount importance when the night is pitch dark, and when it is necessary to effect an exchange of clothing within the four walls of a pavilion. Sir Marmaduke had walked to the park gates with his wife, not so much because he was anxious for her safety, but chiefly because he meant to retire within the pavilion, there to cast aside forever the costume and appurtenances of Prince Amédée d'Orléans, and to reassume the sable-coloured doublet and breeches of the Roundhead squire, which proceeding he had for the past 6 months invariably accomplished in the lonely little building on the outskirts of his own park. As soon, therefore, as he realized that Sue had gone, he turned his steps towards the pavilion. The night seemed additionally dark here under the elms, and Sir Marmaduke searched in his pocket for his tinder box. It was not there. He had left it at the cottage, and quickly recollected seeing it lying on the table at the very moment that Sue pushed the leather wallet towards him. He had mounted the few stone steps which led up to the building, but even whilst he groped for the latch with an impatient hand, he realized how impossible it would be for him anon to change his clothes in the dark, not only to undress and dress again, but to collect the belongings of the Prince d'Orleans subsequently, for the purpose of destroying them at an early opportunity. Groping about in inky blackness might mean the forgetting of some article of apparel, which, if found later on, might lead to suspicion or even detection of the fraud. Sir Marmaduke dared not risk it. Light he needed, and light he ought to have. The tinder box had become of paramount importance, and it was sheer wantonness on the part of fate that she should have allowed that little article to rest forgotten on the table in Mistress Lambert's cottage. Sir Marmaduke remained pondering in the darkness and the mist for a while. His own doublet and breeches, shoes and stockings were in the pavilion. Would he ever be able to get at them without a light? No, certainly not. Nor could he venture to go home to the court in his present disguise, and leave his usual clothes in this remote building. Prying, suspicious eyes, such as those of Master Him of Praise Busy, for instance, might prove exceedingly uncomfortable and even dangerous. On the other hand, would it not be 10,000 times more dangerous to go back to the cottage now and risk meeting Richard Lambert face to face? And it was Richard whom Sir Marmaduke feared. He had, therefore, almost decided to try his luck at dressing in the dark, and was once more fumbling with the latch of the pavilion door, when, through the absolute silence of the air, there came to his ear, through the mist, the sound of a young voice calling the name of Sue. The voice was that of Richard Lambert. The coast would be clear then. Richard had met Sue in the park. No doubt he would hold her a few moments in conversation. The schemer cared not what the two young people would or would not say to one another. All that interested him now was the fact that Richard was not at the cottage, and that, therefore, it would be safe to run back and fetch the tinder box. All this was a part of fate's mischievous prank. Sir Marmaduke was not afraid of meeting the old Quakeress, nor yet the surly Smith. Richard being out of the way, he had no misgivings in his mind when he retraced his steps towards the cottage. It was close on 8 o'clock then. In fact, the tiny bell in Acol Church struck the hour even as Sir Marmaduke lifted the latch of the little garden gate. The old woman was in the parlour, busy as usual with her dusting cloth. Without heeding her, Sir Marmaduke strode up to the table, and pushing the crockery, which now littered it, aside, he searched for his tinder box. It was not there. With an impatient oath, he turned to Mistress Martha, and roughly demanded if she had seen it. "Eh? What?" she queried, shuffling a little nearer to him. "I am somewhat hard of hearing, as thou knowest." "Have you seen my tinder box?" he repeated, with ever-growing irritation. "Ah, yea, the fog," she said blandly. "'Tis damp, too, of a truth, and—" "Hold your confounded tongue," he shouted wrathfully, "and try and hear me. My tinder box—" "Thy what? I am a bit—" "Curse you for an old fool," swore Sir Marmaduke, who by now was in a towering passion. With a violent gesture he pushed the old woman aside, and turning on her in an uncontrolled access of fury, With both arms upraised, he shouted, "If you don't hear me now, I'll break every bone in your ugly body. Where is my—" It had all happened in a very few seconds. His entrance, his search for the missing box, the growing irritation in him which had caused him to lose control of his temper. And now, even before the threatening words were well out of his mouth, he suddenly felt a vigorous onslaught from the rear, and his own throat clutched by strong and sinewy fingers. "And I'll break every bone in thy accursed body," shouted a hoarse voice close to his ear, "if thou darest so much as lay a finger on the old woman." The struggle was violent and brief. Sir Marmaduke already felt himself overmastered. Adam Lambert had taken him unawares. He was rough and very powerful. Sir Marmaduke was no weakling, yet encumbered by his fantastic clothes, he was no match for the smith. Adam turned him about in his nervy hands like a puppet. Now he was in front and above him, glaring down at the man he hated with eyes which would have searched the very depths of his enemy's soul. "Thou damned foreigner!" he growled between clenched teeth. "Thou vermin! Thou toad! Thou, on thy knees, I say, beg her pardon for thy foul language. Now at once, dost hear? Ere I squeeze the breath out of thee." Sir Marmaduke felt his knees giving way under him. The smith's grasp on his throat had in no way relaxed. Mistress Martha vainly tried to interpose. She was all for peace, and knew that the Lord liked not a fiery temper. But the look in Adam's face frightened her, and she had always been in terror of the foreigner. Without thought, and imagining that 'twas her presence which irritated the lodger, she beat a hasty retreat to her room upstairs, even as Adam Lambert finally succeeded in forcing Sir Marmaduke down on his knees, not ceasing to repeat the while, "Her pardon, beg her pardon, my fine prince, lick the dust in an English cottage, thou foreign devil, or by God I will kill thee." "Let me go," gasped Sir Marmaduke, whom the icy fear of imminent discovery gripped more effectually even than did the village blacksmith's muscular fingers. "Let me go, damn you!" "Not before I have made thee lick the dust," said Adam grimly, bringing one huge palm down on the elaborate parquet, and forcing Sir Marmaduke's head down towards the ground. "Lick it, Prince of Orleans." He burst out laughing in the midst of his fury at sight of this disdainful gentleman with the proud title about to come in violent contact with a cottage floor. But Sir Marmaduke struggled violently still. He had been wiser, no doubt, to take the humiliation quietly, to lick the dust, and to pacify the smith. But what man is there who would submit to brute force without using his own to protect himself? Then fate at last worked her wanton will. In the struggle, the fantastic parquet and heavy moustache of Prince Amadis de Orleans remained in the smith's hand, while it was the round head and clean-shaven face of Sir Marmaduke de Chevreuse which came in contact with the floor. In an instant, stricken at first dumb with surprise and horror, but quickly recovering the power of speech, Adam Lambert murmured, "You, Sir Marmaduke de Chevreuse? Oh, my God!" His grip on his enemy had, of course, relaxed. Sir Marmaduke was able to struggle to his feet. Fate had dealt him a blow as unexpected as it was violent, but he had not been the daring schemer that he was, if throughout the past 6 months the possibility of such a moment as this had not lurked at the back of his mind. The blow, therefore, did not find him quite unprepared. It had been stunning, but not absolutely crushing. Even whilst Adam Lambert was staring with almost senseless amazement alternately at him and at the bundle of false hair which he was still clutching, Sir Marmaduke had struggled to his feet. End of chapter 30.
Chapter 31 of The Nest of the Sparrowhawk by Emma ORCZY. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Dion Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. The Assignation. He had recovered his outward composure at any rate, and the next moment was busy readjusting his doublet and bands before the mirror over the hearth. "Yes, my violent friend," he said coolly, speaking over his shoulder, "of a truth it is mine own self, your landlord, you see, to whom that worthy woman upstairs owes this nice cottage, which she has had rent-free for over 10 years, not the foreign vermin, you see," he added with a pleasant laugh, "which maketh your actions of just now somewhat unpleasant to explain. Is that not so?" "Nay, but by the Lord," quoth Adam Lambert, still somewhat dazed, vaguely frightened himself now at the magnitude, the importance of what he had done, "meseems that 'tis thine actions, friend, which will be unpleasant to explain. Thou didst not put on these play-actor's robes for a good purpose, I'll warrant. I cannot guess what is thy game, but methinks her young ladyship would wish to know something of its rules, or mayhap my brother Richard, who is no friend of thine, forsooth." Gradually his voice had become steadier, his manner more assured. A glimmer of light on the squire's strange doings had begun to penetrate his simple, dull brain. Vaguely he guessed the purport of the disguise and of the lies, and the mention of Lady Sue's name was not an arrow shot thoughtlessly into the air. At the same time, he had not perceived the slightest quiver of fear or even of anxiety on Sir Marmaduke's face. The latter had in the meanwhile put his crumpled toilet in order, and now turned with an urbane smile to his glowering antagonist. "I will not deny, kind master," he said pleasantly, "that you might cause me a vast amount of unpleasantness just now, although of a truth I do not perceive that you would benefit yourself overmuch thereby. On the contrary, you would vastly lose. Your worthy aunt, Mistress Lambert, would lose a pleasant home, and you would never know what you and your brother Richard have vainly striven to find out these past 10 years." "What may that be, pray?" queried the smith sullenly. "Who you both are," rejoined Sir Marmaduke blandly, as he calmly sat down in one of the stiff-backed elm chairs beside the hearth, "and why worthy Mistress Lambert never speaks to you of your parentage." "Who we both are," retorted Lambert with obvious bitterness, "two poor castaways, who but for the old woman would have been left to starve, and who have tried, therefore, to be a bit grateful to her, and to earn an honest livelihood. That is what we are, Sir Marmaduke de Chevreuse, and now, prithee, tell me, who the devil art thou?" "You are over fond of swearing, worthy master," quoth Sir Marmaduke lightly. "'Tis sinful, so I'm told, for one of your creed, but that is no matter to me. You are, believe me, somewhat more interesting than you imagine, though I doubt if to a Quaker being heir to title and vast estates hath more than a fleeting interest." But the smith had shrugged his broad shoulders and uttered an exclamation of contempt. title and vast estates, he said with an ironical laugh. Nay, Sir Marmaduke de Chevreuse, the bait is passing clumsy, and you wish me to hold my tongue about you and your affairs, you'll have to be vastly sharper than that. You mistake me, friend Smith. I am not endeavoring to purchase your silence. I hold certain information relating to your parentage. This I would be willing to impart to a friend, yet loath to do so to an enemy. A man doth not like to see his enemy in possession of £15,000 a year, does he? And Sir Marmaduke appeared absorbed in the contemplation of his left shoe, whilst Adam Lambert repeated stupidly and vaguely, £15,000 a year? I? Even you, my friend. This was said so simply, and with such conviction carrying certainty, that in spite of himself, Lambert's sulkiness vanished. He drew nearer to Sir Marmaduke, looked down on him silently for a second or two, then muttered through his teeth, You have the proofs? They will be at your service, my choleric friend, replied the other suavely, in exchange for your silence. Adam Lambert drew a chair close to his whilom enemy, sat down opposite to him, with elbows resting on his knee, his clenched fists supporting his chin, and his eyes, anxious, eager, glowing, fixed resolutely on de Chevreuse. I'll hold my tongue, never fear, he said curtly. Show me the proofs. Sir Marmaduke gave a pleasant little laugh. Not so fast, my friend, he said. I do not carry such important papers about in my breeches pocket. And he rose from his chair, picked up the perruquet and false moustache, which the other man had dropped upon the floor, and adjusting these on his head and face, he once more presented the appearance of the exiled Orleans prince. But thou'lt show them to me tonight, insisted the smith roughly. How can I, mine impatient friend, quoth de Chevreuse lightly, the hour is late already. Nay, what matter the lateness of the hour? I am oft abroad at night, early and late, and thou, methinks, hast oft had the midnight hour for company. When and where wilt meet me? Added Lambert peremptorily. I must see those proofs tonight, before many hours are over, lest the blood in my veins burn my body to ashes with impatience. When wilt meet me? 11? Midnight? Or the small hours of the morn? He spoke quickly, jerking out his words through closed teeth, his eyes burning with inward fever, his fists closing and unclosing with rapid, febrile movements of the fingers. The pent-up disappointment and rebellion of a whole lifetime against fate was expressed in the man's attitude, the agonizing eagerness which indeed seemed to be consuming him. De Chevreuse, on the other hand, had become singularly calm. The black shade, as usual, hid one of his eyes, masking and distorting the expression of his face. The false moustache, too, concealed the movements of his lips, and the more his opponent's eyes tried to search the schemer's face, the more inscrutable and bland did the latter become. Nay, my friend, he said at last, I do not know that the thought of a midnight excursion with you appeals to my sense of personal security. But with a violent oath, Adam had jumped to his feet and kicked the chair away from under him, so that it fell backwards with a loud clatter. Thou'lt meet me tonight, he said loudly and threateningly now. Thou'lt meet me on the path near the cliffs of Epple Bay half an hour before midnight, and if thou hast lied to me, I'll throw thee over, and Thanet then will be rid of thee. But if thou dost not come, I'll to my brother Richard even before the church clock of Acol hath sounded the hour of midnight. De Chavas watched him silently for the space of 3 seconds, realizing, of course, that he was completely in that man's power, and also that the smith meant every word that he said. The discovery of the monstrous fraud by Richard Lambert within the next few hours was a contingency which he could not even contemplate without shuddering. He certainly would much prefer to give up to this uncouth laborer the proofs of his parentage, which eventually might mean an earldom and a fortune to a village blacksmith. Sir Marmaduke had reflected on all this, of course, before broaching the subject to Adam Lambert at all. Now he was prepared to go through with the scheme to the end, if need be. His uncle, the Earl of Northallerton, might live another 20 years, whilst he himself, if pursued for fraud, might have to spend those years in jail. On the whole, it was simpler to purchase the smith's silence, this way or another. Sir Marmaduke's reflections at this moment would have delighted those evil spirits who are supposed to revel in the misdoings of mankind. The thought of the lonely path near the cliffs of Apple Bay tickled his fancy in a manner for which, perhaps at this moment, he himself could not have accounted. He certainly did not fear Adam Lambert, and now said decisively, "Very well, my friend, an you wish it, I'll come." "Half an hour before midnight," insisted Lambert, "on the cliffs at Apple Bay." "Half an hour before midnight, on the cliffs of Apple Bay," assented the other. He picked up his hat. "Where art going?" queried the smith suspiciously. "To change my clothing," replied Sir Marmaduke, who was fingering that fateful tinder-box which alone had brought about the present crisis, "and to fetch those proofs which you are so anxious to see. Thou'lt not fail me?" "Surely not," quoth de Chavas as he finally went out of the room. End of chapter 31. Chapter 32 of The Nest of the Sparrowhawk by Emma ORCZY. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Dion Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. The path near the cliffs. The mist had not lifted. Over the sea it hung heavy and dank, like a huge sheet of gray thrown over things secret and unavowable. It was thickest down in the bay, lurking in the crevices of the chalk, in the great caverns and mighty architecture carved by the patient toil of the billows in the solid mass of the cliffs. Up above it was slightly less dense, allowing distinct peeps of the rough carpet of coarse grass, of the downtrodden path winding towards Acol, of the edge of the cliff, abrupt, precipitous, with a drop of some 90 feet into that gray pale of mist to the sands below, and higher up still, above the mist itself, a deep blue sky dotted with stars and a full moon, pale and circled with luminous vapors. A gentle breeze had risen about half an hour ago, and was blowing the mist hither and thither, striving to disperse it, but not yet succeeding in mastering it, for it only shifted restlessly to and fro, like the giant garments of Titanic ghosts, revealing now a distant peep of sea, anon the interior of a colonnaded cavern, abode of mysterious ghouls, or again a nest of gulls in a deep crevice of the chalk, revealing and hiding again, a shroud dragged listlessly over monstrous dead things. Sir Marmaduke de Chavas had some difficulty in keeping to the footpath which leads from the woods of Acol straight toward the cliffs. Unlike Adam Lambert, his eyes were unaccustomed to pierce the moist pall which hid the distance from his view. Strangely enough, he had not cast aside the fantastic accoutrements of the French prince, and though these must have been as singularly uncomfortable as they were inappropriate for a midnight walk, nevertheless he still wore the heavy perroquet, the dark moustache, broad-brimmed hat, and black shade which were so characteristic of the mysterious personage. He had heard the church clock at Acol village strike half an hour after 11, and knew that the smith would already be waiting for him. The acrid smell of seaweed struck forcibly now upon his nostrils. The grass beneath his feet had become more sparse and more coarse. The moisture which clung to his face had a taste of salt in it. Obviously, he was quite close to the edge of the cliffs. The next moment, and without any warning, a black outline appeared in the moon-illumined density. It was Adam Lambert, pacing up and down with the impatience of an imprisoned beast of prey. A second or two later, the febrile hand of the smith had gripped Sir Marmaduke's shoulder. "You have brought those proofs?" he queried hoarsely. His face was wet with the mist, and he had apparently oft wiped it with his hand or sleeve, for great streaks of dirt marked his cheeks and forehead, giving him a curious satanic expression, whilst his short, lank hair, obviously roughed up by impatient fingers, bristled above his square-built head like the coat of a shaggy dog. In absolute contrast to him, Sir Marmaduke looked wonderfully calm and tidy. In answer to the other man's eager look of inquiry, he made pretence of fumbling in his pockets, as he said quietly, "Yes, all of them." As if idly musing, he continued to walk along the path, whilst the smith first stooped to pick up a small lantern, which he had obviously brought with him, in order to examine the papers by its light, and then strode in the wake of Sir Marmaduke. The breeze was getting a bother hold on the mist, and was tossing it about from sea to cliff and upwards with more persistence and more vigor. The pale, cold moon glistened visibly on the moist atmosphere, and far below and far beyond weird streaks of shimmering silver edged the surface of the sea. The breeze itself had scarcely stirred the water, or the soft sound of tiny billows lapping the outstanding boulders was wafted upwards as the tide drew in. The two men had reached the edge of the cliff. With a slight laugh, indicative of nervousness, Sir Marmaduke had quickly stepped back a pace or two. "I have brought the proofs," he said, as if wishing to conciliate a dangerous enemy. "We need not stand so near the edge, need we?" But Adam Lambert shrugged his shoulders in token of contempt at the other's cowardice. "I'll not harm thee," he said, "and thou hast not lied to me." He deposited his lantern by the side of a heap of white chalk, which had, no doubt, been collected at some time or other by idle or childish hands, and stood close to the edge of the cliff. Sir Marmaduke now took his stand beside it, one foot placed higher than the other. Close to him, Adam, in a frenzy of restlessness, had thrown himself down on the heap. Below them a drop of 90 feet to the seaweed-covered beach. "Let me see the papers," quoth Adam impatiently. "Gently, gently, kind sir," said de Chevas lightly. "Did you think that you could dictate your own terms quite so easily?" "What dost thou mean?" queried the other. "I mean that I am about to place in your hands the proof that you are heir to a title and £15,000 a year, but at the same time I wish to assure myself that you will be pleasant over certain matters which concern me. Have I not said that I would hold my tongue? Of a truth you did say so, my friend, and therefore I am convinced that you will not refuse to give me a written promise to that effect." "I cannot write," said Adam moodily. Oh, just your signature, said de Chavasse pleasantly. You can write your name. Not well. The initials A and L, they would satisfy me. Why dost thou want written promises? Objected the smith, looking up with sullen wrath at Sir Marmaduke. Is not the word of an honest man sufficient for thee? Quite sufficient, rejoined de Chavasse blandly. Those initials are a mere matter of form. You cannot object if your intentions are honest. I do not object. Hast brought ink or paper? Yes, and the form to which you only need to affix your initials. Sir Marmaduke now drew a packet of papers from the inner lining of his doublet. These are the proofs of your parentage, he said lightly. Then he took out another single sheet of paper from his pocket, unfolded it, and handed it to Lambert. Can you read it? He asked. He stooped and picked up the lantern, whilst handing the paper to Adam. The smith took the document from him, and Sir Marmaduke held the lantern so that he might read. Adam Lambert was no scholar. The reading of printed matter was oft a difficulty to him. Written characters were a vast deal more trouble, but suspicion lurked in the smith's mind, and though his very sinews ached with the desire to handle the proofs, he would not put his initials to any writing which he did not fully comprehend. It was all done in a moment. Adam was absorbed in deciphering the contents of the paper. De Chavasse held the lantern up with one hand, but at such an angle that Lambert was obliged to step back in order to get its full light. Then, with the other hand, the right, Sir Marmaduke drew a double-edged Italian knife from his girdle, and with a rapid and vigorous gesture drove it straight between the smith's shoulder blades. Adam uttered a groan. My God, I am... Then he staggered and fell backwards down the edge of the cliff into the mist-enveloped abyss below. Sir Marmaduke had fallen on one knee, and his trembling fingers clutched at the thick short grass, sharp as the blade of a knife, to stop himself from swooning, from falling backwards in the wake of Adam the smith. A gust of wind wafted the mist upwards, covering him with its humid embrace, but he remained quite still, crouching on his stomach now, his hands clutching the grass for support, whilst great drops of perspiration mingled with the moisture of the mist on his face. Anon he raised his head a little and turned to look at the edge of the cliff. On hands and knees, like a gigantic reptile, he crawled, then lay flat on the ground, on the extreme edge, his eyes peering down into those depths wherein floating vapors lolled and stirred with subtle movements like spirits in unrest. As far as the murderer's eye could reach and could penetrate the density of the fog, white crag succeeded white crag, with innumerable projections which should have helped to toss a falling and inert mass as easily as if it had been an air bubble. Sir Marmaduke tried to penetrate the secrets which the grey and shifting veil still hid from his view. Beside him lay the Italian knife, its steely surface shimmering in the vaporous light, there where a dull and ruddy stain had not dimmed its brilliant polish. The murderer gazed at his tool and shuddered feebly, but he picked up the knife and mechanically wiped it in the grass before he restored it to his belt. Then he gazed downwards again, straining his eyes to pierce the mist, his ears to hear a sound, but nothing came upwards from that mighty abyss save the now more distinct lapping of the billows round the boulders, for the tide was rapidly setting in. Down the white sides of the cliff the projections seemed ready to afford a foothold, bearing somewhat toward the right. The descent was not so abrupt as it was immediately in front. The chalk of a truth looked slimy and green, and might cause the unwary to trip, but there was that to see down below, and that to do, which would make any danger of a fall well worth the risking. Sir Marmaduke de Chevreuse slowly rose to his feet. His knees were still shaking under him, and there was a nervous tremor in his jaw and in his wrists, which he tried vainly to conquer. Nevertheless, he managed to readjust his clothes, his paroquet, his broad-brimmed hat. The papers he slipped back into his pocket, together with the black silk shade and false moustache. Then, with the lantern in his left hand, he took the first steps towards the perilous descent. There was something down below that he must see, something that he wished to do. He walked sideways at times, bent nearly double, looking like some gigantic and unwieldy crab, as the feeble rays of the mist-hidden moon caught his rounded back in its cloth doublet of a dull reddish hue. At other times he was forced to sit, and to work his way downwards with his hands and heels, tearing his clothes, bruising his elbows and his shoulders against the projections of the titanic masonry. Lumps of chalk detached themselves from beneath and around him, and slipped down the precipitous sides in advance of him, with a dull, reverberating sound which seemed to rouse the echoes of this silent night. The descent seemed interminable. His flesh ached, his sinews creaked, his senses reeled with the pain, the mind agony, the horror of it all. At last he caught a glimmer of the wet sand less than 10 feet below. He had just landed on a bit of white tableland wantonly carved in the naked cliff. The rough gradients which up to now had guided him in his descent ceased abruptly. Behind him the cliff rose upwards, in front and to his right, and left a concave wall straight down to the beach. Exhausted and half paralyzed, de Chevreuse perforce had to throw himself down these last 10 feet, hardly pausing to think whether his head would or would not come in violent contact with one of the chalk boulders which stand out here and there in the flat sandy beach. He threw down the lantern first, which was extinguished as it fell. Then he took the final jump, and soon lay half unconscious, numbed and aching in every limb, in the wet sand. Anon he tried to move. His limbs were painful, his shoulders ached, and he had some difficulty in struggling to his feet. An unusually large boulder close by afforded a resting place. He reached it and sat down. His head was still swimming, but his limbs were apparently sound. He sat quietly for a while, recouping his strength, gathering his wandering senses. The lantern lay close to his feet, extinguished but not broken. He groped for his tinderbox, and having found it, proceeded to relight the tiny tallow dip. It was a difficult proceeding, for the tinder was down, and the breeze, though very slight in this hollow portion of the cliffs, nevertheless was an enemy to a trembling little flame. But Sir Marmaduke noted with satisfaction that his nerves were already under his control. He succeeded in relighting the lantern, which he could not have done if his hands had been as unsteady as they were a while ago. He rose once more to his feet, stamped them against the boulders, stretched out his arms, giving his elbows and shoulders full play. Mayhap he had spent a quarter of an hour thus resting since that final jump. Mayhap it had been an hour or two. He could not say, for time had ceased to be. But the mist had penetrated to his very bones, and he did not remember ever having felt quite so cold. Now he seized his lantern and began his search, trying to ascertain the exact position of the portion of the cliff's edge where he and Lambert the smith had been standing a while ago. It was not a difficult matter, nor was the search a long one. Soon he saw a huddled mass lying in the sand. He went up to it and placed the lantern down upon a boulder. Horror had entirely left him. The crisis of terror at his own fell deed had been terrible, but brief. His was not a nature to shrink from unpleasant sights, nor at such times do men have cause to recoil from contact with the dead. In the murderer's heart there was no real remorse for the crime which he had committed. "Bah! Why did the fool get in my way?" was the first mental comment which he made when he caught sight of Lambert's body. Then, with a final shrug of the shoulders, he dismissed pity, horror, or remorse entirely from his thoughts. What he now did was to raise the smith's body from the ground and to strip it of its clothing. 'Twas a grim task on which his chroniclers have never cared to dwell. His purpose was fixed. He had planned and thought it all out minutely, and he was surely not the man to flinch at the execution of a project once he had conceived it. The death of Adam Lambert would serve a double purpose, the silencing of an avowed enemy and the wiping out of the personality of Prince Amédée d'Orléans. The latter was as important as the first. It would facilitate the realizing of the fortune, and, above all, clear the way for Sir Marmaduke's future life. Therefore, however gruesome the task which was necessary in order to attain that great goal, the schemer accomplished it with set teeth and an unwavering hand. What he did do on that lonely, fog-ridden beach, and in the silence of that dank and misty night, was to dress up the body of Adam Lambert the smith in the fantastic clothing of Prince Amédée d'Orléans, the red cloth doublet, the lace collars and cuffs, the bunches of ribbon at knee and waist, and the black silk shade over the left eye. All he omitted were the perruquet and the false moustache. Having accomplished this work, he himself donned the clothes of Adam Lambert. This part of his task being done, he had to rest for a while. 'Tis no easy matter to undress and redress an inert mass. The smith, dressed in the elaborate accoutrements of the mysterious French prince, now lay face upwards on the sand. The tide was rapidly setting in. In less than half an hour it would reach this portion of the beach. Sir Marmaduke de Chevreuse, however, had not yet accomplished all that he meant to do. He knew that the sea waves had a habit of returning that which they took away. Therefore his purpose was not fully accomplished when he had dressed the dead smith in the clothes of the Orleans prince, else had he wished it, he could have consigned his victim to the tide. But Adam, dead, had now to play a part in the grim comedy which Sir Marmaduke de Chevreuse had designed for his own safety, and the more assured success of all his frauds and plans. Therefore, after a brief rest, the murderer set to work again, a more grim task yet, one from which, of a truth, more than one evil doer would recoil. Not so this bold schemer, this mad worshipper of money and of self, everything, anything for the safety of Sir Marmaduke de Chevreuse, for the peaceful possession of £500,000, everything, even the desecration of the dead. The murderer was powerful, and there is a strength which madness gives. Heavy boulders pushed by vigorous arms had to help in the monstrous deed. Heavy boulders thrown and rolled over the face of the dead so as to obliterate all identity. Nay, had a sound now disturbed the silence of this awesome night, surely it had been the laughter of demons aghast at such a deed. The moon indeed hid her face, retreating once more behind the veils of mist. The breeze itself was lulled, and the fog gathered itself together and wrapped the unavowable horrors of the night in a gray and ghoul-like shroud. Madness lurked in the eyes of the sacrilegious murderer, madness which helped him not only to carry his grim task to the end, but having accomplished it, to see that it was well done. And his hand did not tremble as he raised the lantern and looked down on that which had once been Adam Lambert, the smith. Nay, had those laughing demons looked on it, they would have veiled their faces in awe. The gentle wavelets of the torpid tide were creeping round that thing in red doublet and breeches, in high-top boots, lace cuffs and collar. Sir Marmaduke looked down calmly upon his work, and did not even shudder with horror. Madness had been upon him, and had numbed his brain, but the elemental instinct of self-preservation whispered to him that his work was well done. When the sea gave up the dead, only the clothes, the doublet, the ribands, the lace, the black shade, mayhap, would reveal his identity as the mysterious French prince who for a brief while had lodged in a cottage at École. But the face was unrecognizable. End of chapter 32. Chapter 33 of The Nest of the Sparrowhawk by Emma ORCZY. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Dion Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. The day after. The feeling which prevailed in Thanet with regard to the murder of the mysterious foreigner on the sands of Apple Bay was chiefly one of sullen resentment. Here was a man who had come from goodness knows where, whose strange wanderings and secret appearances in the neighborhood had oft roused the anger of the village folk, just as his fantastic clothes, his silken doublet, and befrilled shirt had excited their scorn. Here was a man, I say, who came from nowhere, and now he chose, the yokels of the neighborhood declared it that he chose, to make his exit from the world in as weird a manner as he had effected his entrance into this remote and law-abiding little island. The farm-hands and laborers who dwelt in the cottages dotted about around St. Nicholas at Wade, Epple, or École, were really angry with the stranger for allowing himself to be murdered on their shores. Thanet itself had up to now enjoyed a fair reputation for orderliness and temperance, and that one of her inhabitants should have been tempted to do away with that interloping foreigner in such a violent manner was obviously the fault of that foreigner himself. The watches had found him on the sands at low tide. One of them, walking along the brow of the cliff, had seen the dark object lying prone amongst the boulders, a black mass in the midst of the whiteness of the chalk. The whole thing was shocking, no doubt, gruesome in the extreme, but the mystery which surrounded this strange death had roused ire rather than horror. Of course, the news had traveled slowly from cottage to cottage, although Petty Constable Piatt, who resided at St. Nicholas, had immediately apprised Squire Boatfield and Sir Marmaduke de Chevreuse of the awesome discovery made by the watches on the sands of Apple Bay. Squire Boatfield was Major General of the district, and rode over from Sarre directly he heard the news. The body in the meanwhile had been placed under the shelter of one of the titanic caves which giant hands have carved in the acclivities of the chalk. Squire Boatfield ordered it to be removed. It was not fitting that birds of prey should be allowed to peck at the dead, nor that some unusually high tide should once more carry him out to sea ere his murderer had been brought to justice. Therefore the foreigner with the high-sounding name was conveyed by the watches at the squire's bidding to the cottage of the Lamberts over at Acol, the only place in Thanet which he had ever called his home. The old Quakeress, wrathful and sullen, had scarce understood what the whole pother was about. She was hard of hearing, and Petty Constable Piatt was at great pains to explain to her that by the Major General's orders the body of the murdered man should be laid decently under shelter until such time as proper burial could be arranged for it. Fortunately, before the small cortege bearing the gruesome burden had arrived at the cottage, young Richard Lambert had succeeded in making the old woman understand what was expected of her. Even then she flatly and obstinately refused to have the stranger brought into her house. He was a heathen, she declared emphatically. His soul hath mayhap gone to hell. His thoughts were evil, and God had him not in his keeping. 'Tis not fit that the mortal hulk of a damned soul should pollute the saintliness of mine own abode. Piatt thought that the old woman was raving, but Master Lambert very peremptorily forbade him to interfere with her. The young man, though quite calm, looked dangerous, so thought the petty constable, and between them the old Quakeress and the young student defied the constables and the watches, and barred the cottage to the entrance of the dead. Unfortunately the smith was from home. Piatt thought that the latter had been more reasonable, that he would have understood the weight of authority, and also of seemliness, which was of equally grave importance. There was a good deal of parleying before it was finally decided to place the body in the forge, which was a wooden lean-to resting against the north wall of the cottage. There was no direct access from the cottage to the forge, and old Mistress Lambert seemed satisfied that the foreigner should rest there, at any rate until the smith came home, when mayhap he would decide otherwise. At the instance of the petty constable, she even brought out a sheet which smelt sweetly of lavender, and gave it to the watchmen, so that they might decently cover up the dead. She also gave them 3 elm chairs on which to lay him down. Across those 3 chairs the body now lay, covered over with the lavender-scented sheet. In the corner of the blacksmith's forge, over by the furnace, a watchman stayed beside it to ward off sacrilege. Anyone who desired could come, and could, if his nerves were strong enough, view the body and state if indeed it was that of the foreigner who all through last summer had haunted the woods and park of Acol. Of a truth, there was no doubt at all as to the identity of the dead. His fantastic clothes were unmistakable. Many there were who had seen him wandering in the woods of nights, and several could swear to the black silk shade and the broad-brimmed hat which the watchman had found, high and dry, on a chalk boulder close to where the body lay. Mistress Lambert had refused to look on the dead. 'Twas of course no fit sight for females, and the constable had not insisted thereon, but she knew the black silk shade again, and young Master Lambert had caught sight of the murdered man's legs and feet, and had thereupon recognized the breeches and the quaint boots with their over-wide tops filled with frills of lace. Master Emma ORCZY, too, though unwilling to see a corpse, thought it his duty to help the law in investigating this mysterious crime. He had oft seen the foreigner of nights in the park, and never doubted for a moment that the body which lay across the elm chairs in the smith's forge was indeed that of the stranger. Squire Boatfield was now quite satisfied that the identity of the victim was firmly established, and anon he did his best, being a humane man, to obtain Christian burial for the stranger. After some demur, the parson at Minster declared himself willing to do the pious deed. Heathen or not, 'twas not for Christian folks to pass judgment on him who no longer now could give an explanation of his own mysterious doings, and had of a truth carried his secrets with him in silence to the grave. Was it not strange that anyone should have risked the gallows for the sake of putting out of the way a man who of a surety was not worth powder or shot? And the nerve and strength which the murderer had shown, displacing great boulders with which to batter in his victim's face, so that not even his own kith and kin could recognize that now. End of chapter 33. Chapter 34 of The Nest of the Sparrowhawk by Emma ORCZY. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Dion Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Afterwards. Sir Marmaduke de Chivas cursed the weather, and cursed himself for being a fool. He had started from Acle Court on horseback, riding an old nag, for the roads were heavy with mud, and the short cut through the woods quite impassable. The icy downpour beat against his face, and lashed the poor mare's ears and mane until she tossed her head about blindly and impatiently, scarce heeding where she placed her feet. The rider's cloak was already soaked through, and soon even his shirt clung dank and cold to his aching back. The bridle was slippery with the wet, and his numbed fingers could hardly feel its resistance as the mare went stumbling on her way. Beside horse and rider, Master Hymn of Praise Busy and Master Courage Toogood walked ankle deep in mud, one on each side of the mare, and lantern in hand, for the shades of evening would have drawn in ere the return journey should be undertaken. The two men had taken off their shoes and stockings, and had slung them over their shoulders, for 'twas better to walk barefoot than to feel the icy moisture soaking through leather and worsted. It was then close on 2 o'clock of an unusually bleak November afternoon. The winds of heaven, which of a truth do oft use the Isle of Thanet as a meeting place, wherein to discuss the mischief which they severally intend to accomplish in sundry quarters later on, had been exceptionally active this day. The southwesterly hurricane had brought a deluge of rain with it a couple of hours ago, then, satisfied with this prowess, had handed the downpour over to his brother of the northeast, who, breathing on it with his icy breath, had soon converted it into sleet, whereupon he turned his back on the mainland altogether, and wandered out towards the ocean, determined to worry the deep-sea fishermen who were out with their nets, but not before he had deputed his brother of the northeast to marshal his army of snow-laden cloud on the firmament. This the northeast was over ready to do, and in answer to his whim a leaden inky pale now lay over Thanet, whilst the gale continued its mighty wanton frolic, lashing the sleet against the tiny window-panes of the cottage, or sending it down the chimneys upon the burning logs below, causing them to splutter and to hiss ere they changed their glow to black and smoking embers. 'Twere impossible to imagine a more discomforting atmosphere in which to be abroad, yet Sir Marmaduke de Chevreuse was trudging through the mire, and getting wet to the skin, even when he might just as well be sitting beside the fire in the withdrawing room at the court. He was on his way to the smith's forge at Acol, and had ordered his serving men to accompany him thither, and of a truth neither of them were loath to go. They cared not about the weather, and the excitement which centered round the Quakeress's cottage at Acol more than counterbalanced the discomfort of a tramp through the mud. A rumor had reached the court that the funeral of the murdered man would, mayhap, take place this day, and Master Busy would not have missed such an event for the world, not though the roads lay thick with snow, and the drifts rendered progress impossible to all save to the keenest enthusiast. He, for one, was glad enough that his master had seemed so unaccountably anxious for the company of his own serving men. Sir Marmaduke had ever been overfond of wandering about the lonely woods of Thanet alone, but since that gruesome murder on the beach 48 hours ago and more, both the quality and the yokels preferred to venture abroad in company. At the same time, neither Master Busy nor young Courage Toogood could imagine why Sir Marmaduke de Chevreuse should endure such amazing discomfort in order to attend the funeral of an obscure adventurer, who of a truth was as naught to him. Nor, if the truth were known, could Sir Marmaduke himself have accounted for his presence here on this lonely road, and on one of the most dismal, bleak, and unpleasant afternoons that had ever been experienced in Thanet of late. He should at this moment have been on the other side of the North Sea. The most elemental prudence should indeed have counselled an immediate journey to Amsterdam, and a prompt negotiation of all marketable securities which Lady Sue Aldmarsh had placed in his hands. Yet twice 24 hours had gone by since that awful night, when, having finally relinquished his victim to the embrace of the tide, he had picked his way up the chalk cliffs and through the terror-haunted woods to his own room in Acol Court. He should have left for abroad the next day, ere the news of the discovery of a mysterious murder had reached the precincts of his own park. But he had remained in England. Something seemed to have rooted him to the spot, something to be holding him back whenever he was ready to flee. At first it had been a mere desire to know. On the morning following his crime, he made a vigorous effort to rally his scattered senses, to walk, to move, and to breathe as if nothing had happened, as if nothing lay out there on the sands of Apple, high and dry now, for the tide would have gone out. Whether he had slept or not since the moment when he had crept stealthily into his own house, silently as the bird of prey when returning to its nest, he could not have said. Undoubtedly he had stripped off the dead man's clothes, the rough shirt and cord breeches which had belonged to Lambert, the smith. Undoubtedly, too, he had made a bundle of these things, hiding them in a dark recess at the bottom of an old oak cupboard which stood in his room. With these clothes he had placed the leather wallet which contained securities worth $500,000 of solid money. All this he had done preparatory to destroying the clothes by fire, and to converting the securities into money abroad. After that, he had thrown himself on the bed without thought, without sensations, save those of bodily ache and of numbing fatigue. Vaguely, as the morning roused him to consciousness, he realized that he must leave for Dover as soon as may be, and cross over to France by the first packet available, or better still, by boat specially chartered. And yet, when anon he rose and dressed, he felt at once that he would not go just yet, that he could not go until certain queries which had formed in his brain had been answered by events. How soon would the watches find the body? Having found it, what would they do? Would the body be immediately identified by the clothes upon it, or would doubt on that score arise in the minds of the neighboring folk? Would the disappearance of Adam Lambert be known at once and commented upon in connection with the crime? Curiosity soon became an obsession. He wandered down into the hall where the serving wench was plying her duster. He searched her face, wondering if she had heard the news. The mist of the night had yielded to an icy drizzle, but Sir Marmaduke could not remain within. His footsteps guided him in the direction of Acol, on towards Epple Bay. On the path which leads to the edge of the cliffs, he met the watches, who were tramping on towards the beach. The men saluted him and went on their way, but he turned and fled as quickly as he dared. In the afternoon, Master Busy brought the news down from Prospect Inn. The body of the man who had called himself a French prince had been found murdered and shockingly mutilated on the sands at Epple. Sir Marmaduke was vastly interested. He, usually so reserved and ill-humoured with his servants, had kept him of praise in close converse for nigh upon an hour, asking many questions about the crime, about the petty constable's action in the matter, and the comments made by the village folk. At the same time, he gave strict injunctions to Master Busy not to breathe a word of the gruesome subject to the ladies, nor yet to the serving wench. 'Twas not a matter fit for women's ears. Sir Marmaduke then bade his butler push on as far as Acol to glean further information about the mysterious event. That evening he collected all the clothes which had belonged to Lambert, the smith, and wrapping up the leather wallet with them, which contained the securities, he carried this bundle to the lonely pavilion on the outskirts of the park. He was not yet ready to go abroad. Master Busy returned from his visit to Acol full of what he had seen. He had been allowed to view the body, and to swear before Squire Boatfield that he recognized the clothes as being those usually worn by the mysterious foreigner who used to haunt the woods and park of Acol all last summer. Hymn of Praise had his full meed of pleasure that evening, and the next day too, for Sir Marmaduke seemed never tired of hearing him recount all the gossip which obtained at Acol and at St. Nicholas, the surmises as to the motive of the horrible crime, the talk about the stranger and his doings, the resentment caused by his weird demise, and the conjectures as to what could have led a miscreant to do away with so insignificant a personage. All that day, the second since the crime, Sir Marmaduke still lingered in Thanet. Prudence whispered urgent counsels that he should go, and yet he stayed, watching the progress of events with that same morbid and tenacious curiosity. And now it was the thought of what folk would say when they heard that Adam Lambert had disappeared, and was of a truth not returning home, which kept Sir Marmaduke still lingering in England. That and the inexplicable enigma which ever confronts the searcher of human motives, the overwhelming desire of the murderer to look once again upon his victim. Master Busy had on that second morning brought home the news from Acol that Squire Boatfield had caused a rough deal coffin to be made by the village carpenter at the expense of the county, and that mayhap the stranger would be laid therein this very afternoon, and conveyed down to Minster, where he would be accorded Christian burial. Then Sir Marmaduke realized that it would be impossible for him to leave England until after he had gazed once more on the dead body of the smith. After that he would go. He would shake the sand of Thanet from his heels forever. When he had learned all that he wished to know, he would be free from the present feeling of terrible obsession which paralyzed his movements to the extent of endangering his own safety. He was bound to look upon his victim once again. An inexplicable and titanic force compelled him to do that. Mayhap that same force would enable him to keep his nerves under control when presently he should be face to face with the dead. Face to face? Good God! Yet neither fear nor remorse haunted him. It was only curiosity, and at one thought, a nameless horror, not at the thought of murder. There he had no compunction, but at that of the terrible deed from which instinct of self-protection had perforce to succeed the graver crime. The weight of those chalk boulders seemed still to weigh against the muscles of his back. He felt that, Sisyphus-like, he was forever rolling a gigantic stone, which, falling of its purpose, recoiled on him, rolling back down a precipitous incline and crushing him beneath its weight, only to release him again, to leave him free to endure the same torture over and over again, and yet again, forever the same weight, forever the self-same intolerable agony. End of chapter 34.
Chapter 35 of The Nest of the Sparrowhawk by Emma ORCZY. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Dion Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. The Smith's Forge. Up to the hour of his departure from Acle Court, Sir Marmaduke had been convinced that neither his sister-in-law nor Lady Sue had heard of the news which had set the whole of Thanet in commotion. Acle Court lies very isolated, well off the main Canterbury road, and just for 2 days and a half Master Him of Praise Busy had contrived to hold his tongue. Most of the village gossips, too, met at the local public bars, and had up to now no time to wander as far as the court, nor any reason to do so, seeing that Master Busy was always to be found at Prospect Inn, and always ready to discuss the mystery in all its bearings with anyone who would share a pint of ale with him. Sir Marmaduke had taken jealous care only to meet the ladies at mealtime, and under penalty of immediate dismissal had forbidden Him of Praise to speak to the serving wench of the all-absorbing topic. So far Master Busy had obeyed, but at the last moment, just before starting for Acle village, Sir Marmaduke had caught sight of Mistress Charity talking to the stableman in the yard. Something in the wench's eyes told him, with absolute certainty, that she had just heard of the murder. That morbid and tenacious curiosity once more got hold of him. He would have given all he possessed at this moment, the entire fruits of his crime perhaps, to know what that ignorant girl thought of it all, and it caused him acute, almost physical pain to refrain from questioning her. There was enough of the sense of self-protection in him, however, to check himself from betraying such extraordinary interest in the matter. But he turned on his heel and went quickly back to the house. He wanted to catch sight of Editha's face, if only for a moment. He wanted to see for himself then and there if she had also heard the news. As he entered the hall, she was coming down the stairs. She had on her cloak and hood as if preparing to go out. Their eyes met, and he saw that she knew. Knew what? He broke into a loud and fierce laugh as he met her wildly questioning gaze. There was a look almost of madness in the hopeless puzzlement of her expression. Of course, Editha must be hopelessly puzzled. The very thought of her vague conjecturings had caused him to laugh, as maniacs laugh at times. The mysterious French prince had been found on the sands, murdered and mutilated. But then, still laughing, Sir Marmaduke once more turned, running away from the house now, and never pausing until his foot had touched the stirrup, and his fingers were entangled in the damp mane of the mare. Even whilst he settled himself into the saddle as comfortably as he could, the grim humour of Editha's bewilderment caused him to laugh within himself. The nag stepped slowly along in the mud at first, then broke into a short trot. The two serving men had started on ahead with their lanterns. They would, of course, be walking all the way. The icy rain, mingled with tiny flakes of snow, was insufferably cutting and paralyzing, yet Sir Marmaduke scarcely heeded it until the mare became unpleasantly uncertain in her gait. Once she stumbled and nearly pitched her rider forward into the mud, whereupon, lashing into her, he paid more heed to her doings. Once just past the crossroad towards St. Nicholas, he all but turned his horse's head back towards Acle Court. It seemed as if he must find out now at once whether Editha had spoken to Lady Sue, and what the young girl had done and said when she heard, in effect, that her husband had been murdered. Nothing but the fear of missing the last look at the body of Adam Lambert ere the lid of the coffin was nailed down stopped him from returning homewards. Anon he came upon Busy and Toogood painfully trudging in the mire, and singing lustily to keep themselves cheerful and warm. Sir Marmaduke drew the mare in so as to keep pace with his men. On the whole, the road had been more lonely than he liked, and he was glad of company. Outside the Lamberts' cottage, a small crowd had collected. From the crest of the hill, the tiny bell of Acle Church struck the hour of 2. Squire Boatfield had ridden over from Sarra, and Sir Marmaduke, as he dismounted, caught sight of the heels and crupper of the squire's well-known cob. The little crowd had gathered in the immediate neighbourhood of the forge, and de Chavasse, from where he now stood, could not see the entrance of the lean-to, only the blank side wall of the shed and the front of the Lamberts' cottage, the doors and windows of which were hermetically closed. Up against the angle formed by the wall of the forge and that of the cottage, the enterprising landlord of the local inn had erected a small trestle table, from behind which he was dispensing spiced ale and bottled Spanish wines. Squire Boatfield was standing beside that improvised bar, and at sight of Sir Marmaduke he put down the pewter mug which he was in the act of conveying to his lips, and came forward to greet his friend. "What is the pother about this foreigner, Boatfield?" queried de Chavasse with gruff good nature, as he shook hands with the squire and allowed himself to be led towards that tempting array of bottles and mugs on the trestle table. The yokels who were assembled at the entrance of the forge turned to gaze with some curiosity at the squire of Acle. De Chavasse was not often seen even in this village. He seldom went beyond the boundary of his own park. All the men touched their forelocks with deferential respect. Master Jeremy Mounts humbly whispered a query as to what his honour would condescend to take. Sir Marmaduke desired a mug of buttered ale or of lamb's wool, which Master Mounts soon held ready for him. He emptied the mug at one draught. The spiced liquor went coursing through his body, and he felt better and more sure of himself. He desired a second mug. "With more substance in it, master landlord," he said pleasantly. "Nay, man, ye are not giving milk to children, but something warm to cheer a man's inside." "I have half a bottle of brandy here, good Sir Marmaduke," suggested Master Mounts with some diffidence, for brandy was an over-expensive commodity which not many Kentish squires cared to afford. "Brandy, of course, good master," quoth de Chavasse lustily. "Brandy is the nectar of the gods. Here," he added, drawing a piece of gold from a tiny pocket concealed in the lining of his doublet, "will this pay for thy half bottle of nectar?" "Over well, good Sir Marmaduke," said Master Mounts, as he stooped to the ground. From underneath the table he now drew forth a glass and a bottle. The latter he uncorked with slow and deliberate care, and then filled the glass with its contents, whilst Sir Marmaduke watched him with impatient eyes. "Will you join me, squire?" asked de Chavasse, as he lifted the small tumbler and gazed with marked appreciation at the glistening and transparent liquid. "Nay, thanks," replied Botefield with a laugh. "I care not for these foreign decoctions. Another mug, or even two, of buttered ale, good landlord," he added, turning to Master Mounts. In the meanwhile, Petty Constable Piot had stood respectfully at attention, ready to relate for the 100th time, mayhap, all that he knew and all that he meant to know about the mysterious crime. Sir Marmaduke would of a surety ask many questions, for it was passing strange that he had taken but little outward interest in the matter up to now. "Well, Piot," he now said, beckoning to the man to approach, "tell us what you know. By gad, 'tis not often we indulge in a genuine murder in Thanet. Where was it done? Not on my land, I hope." "The watches found the body on the beach, your honour," replied Piot. "The head was mutilated past all recognition, the heavy chalk boulders, your honour, and a determined maniac, methinks, sir, who wanted revenge against a personal enemy, else how to account for such a brutal act? I suppose," quoth Sir Marmaduke lightly, as he sipped the brandy, "that the identity of the man has been quite absolutely determined." "Ay, ay, your honour," rejoined Piot gravely. "The opinion of all those who have seen the body is that it is that of a foreigner, Prince of Orleans he called himself, who has been lodging these past months at this place here." And the petty constable gave a quick nod in the direction of the cottage. "Ah, I know but little about him." "Now," said Sir Marmaduke, turning to speak to Squire Botefield, "although he lived here on what is my own property, and haunted my park too, so I've been told, there was a good deal of talk about him among the wenches in the village." "Ay, I had heard all about that prince," said Squire Botefield meditatively. "Lodging in this cottage, 'twas passing strange." "He was a curious sort of man, your honour," here interposed Piot. "We got what information about him we could, seeing that the smith is from home, and that Mistress Lambert, his aunt, I think, is hard of hearing, and gave us many crooked answers, but she told us that the stranger paid for his lodging regularly, and would arrive at the cottage unawares of an evening and stay part of the night. Then he would go off again at cock-crow, and depart she knew not whither. The man paused in his narrative. Something apparently had caused Sir Marmaduke to turn giddy. He tugged at his neckbands, and his hand fell heavily against the trestle table. "Nay, 'tis nothing," he said, with a harsh laugh, as Master Mounce, with an ejaculation of deep concern, ran round to help him with a chair, whilst Squire Boatfield quickly put out an arm as if he were afraid that his friend would fall. "'Tis nothing," he repeated, "the tramp in the cold, then this heady draught. I am well, I assure you." He drank half a glass of brandy at a draught, and now the hand which replaced the glass upon the table had not the slightest tremor in it. "'Tis all vastly interesting," he remarked lightly. "Have you seen the body, Boatfield?" "Ay, ay," quoth the squire, speaking with obvious reluctance, for he hated this gruesome subject. "'Tis no pleasant sight, and were I in your shoes, de Chavasse, I would not go in there," and he nodded significantly towards the forge. "Nay, 'tis my duty as a magistrate," said Sir Marmaduke airily. He had to steady himself against the table again for a moment or two ere he turned his back on the hospitable board and started to walk round towards the forge. No doubt the shaking of his knees was attributable to the strong liquor which he had consumed. The little crowd parted and dispersed at his approach. The lean-to, wherein Adam Lambert was wont to do his work, consisted of 4 walls, one of which was that of the cottage, whilst the other immediately facing it had a wide opening which formed the only entrance to the shed. A man standing in that entrance would have the furnace on his left, and now in addition to that furnace also the 3 elm chairs, whereon rested a rough deal case without a lid, but partly covered with a sheet. To anyone coming from the outside, this angle of the forge would always seem weird and even mysterious, even when the furnace was blazing and the sparks flying from the anvil beneath the smith's powerful blows, or when, as at present, the fires were extinguished, and this part of the shed, innocent of windows, was in absolute darkness. Sir Marmaduke paused a moment under the lintel which dominated the broad entrance. His eyes had some difficulty in penetrating the density which seemed drawn across the place on his left, like some ink-smeared and opaque curtain. The men assembled outside watched him from a distance with silent respect. In these days the fact of a gentleman drinking more liquor than was good for him was certes not to his discredit. The fact that Sir Marmaduke seemed to sway visibly on his legs as he thus stood for a moment outlined against the dark interior beyond, roused no astonishment in the minds of those who saw him. Presently he turned deliberately to his left, and the next moment his figure was merged in the gloom. Round the angle of the wall Squire Boatfield was still standing, sipping buttered ale. Less than 2 minutes later Sir Marmaduke reappeared in the doorway. His face was a curious colour, and there were beads of perspiration on his forehead, and as he came forward he would have fallen, had not one of the men stepped quickly up to him and offered a steadying arm. But there was nothing strange in that. The sight of that which lay in Adam Lambert's forge had unmanned a good many ere this. "I am inclined to believe, my good Boatfield," quoth Sir Marmaduke, as he went back to the trestle table and poured himself out another half-glass full of brandy, I am inclined to believe that when you advised me not to go in there, you spoke words of wisdom which I had done well to follow. End of chapter 35. Chapter 36 of The Nest of the Sparrowhawk by Emma ORCZY. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Dion Johns, Salt Lake City, Utah. The Girl Wife. But the effort of the past few moments had been almost more than Marmaduke de Chevas could bear. Anon, when the church bell over at Acol began a slow and monotonous toll, he felt as if his every nerve must give way, as if he must laugh loudly and long at the idiocy, the ignorance of all these people who thought that they were confronted by an impenetrable mystery, whereas it was all so simple, so very, very simple. He had a curious feeling as if he must grip every one of these men here by the throat and demand from each one separately an account of what he thought and felt, what he surmised, and what he guessed when standing face to face with the weird enigma presented by that mutilated thing in its rough deal case. He would have given worlds to know what his friend Boatfield thought of it all, or what had been the petty constable's conjectures. A haunting and devilish desire seized him to break open the skulls of all these yokels and to look into their brains. Above all, now the silence of the cottage close to him had become unendurable torment. That closed door, the tiny railing which surrounded the bit of front garden, that little gate the latch of which he himself so oft had lifted, all seemed to hold the key to some terrible mystery, the answer to some fearful riddle which he felt would drive him mad if he could not hit upon it now at once. The brandy had fired his veins. He no longer felt numb with the cold. A passion of rage was seething in him, and he longed to attack with fists and heels those curtained windows which now looked like eyes turned mutely and inquiringly upon him. But there was enough sanity in him yet to prevent his doing anything rash. An uncontrolled act might cause astonishment, suspicion mayhap, in the minds of those who witnessed it. He made a violent effort to steady himself even now, above all to steady his voice, and to veil that excited glitter which he knew must be apparent in his eyes. "Meseems that 'tis somewhat strange," he said quite calmly, even lightly, to Squire Boatfield, who seemed to be preparing to go, "that these people, the Lamberts, who alone knew the murdered man intimately, should keep so persistently, so determinedly out of the way." Even while the words escaped his mouth, certes involuntarily, he knew that the most elementary prudence should have dictated silence on this score and at this juncture. The man was about to be buried. The disappearance of the smith had passed off so far without comment. Peace, the eternal peace of the grave, would soon descend on the weird events which occupied everyone's mind for the present. What the old Quakeress thought and felt, what Richard, the brother, feared and conjectured, was easy for Sir Marmaduke to guess, for him, but for no one else. To these others the silence of the cottage, the absence of the Lamberts from this gathering, was simple enough of explanation, seeing that they themselves felt such bitter resentment against the dead man. They quite felt with the old woman's sullenness her hatred of the foreigner who had disturbed the serenity of her life. Everyone else was willing to let her be, not to drag her and young Lambert into the unpleasant vortex of these proceedings. Their home was an abode of mourning. It was proper and seemly for them to remain concealed and silent within their cottage, seemly, too, to have curtained their windows and closed their doors. No one wished to disturb them, no one but Sir Marmaduke, and with him it was once again that morbid access of curiosity, the passionate, intense desire to know and to probe every tiny detail in connection with his own crime. The old woman Lambert should be made to identify the body before it is buried, he now repeated with angry emphasis, seeing that a look of disapproval had crossed Squire Boatfield's pleasant face. "We are satisfied as to the man's identity," rejoined the squire impatiently, "and the sight is not fit for women's eyes. Nay, then she should be shown the clothes and effects, and if I mistake not, there's Richard Lambert, my late secretary. Has he laid sworn information about the man?" "Yes, I believe so," said Boatfield with some hesitation. "Nay, Boatfield, an you are so reluctant to do your duty in this matter, I'll speak to these people myself. You are chief constable of the district. Indeed, 'tis you should do it, and in the meanwhile I pray you at least to give orders that the coffin not be nailed down." The kindly squire would have entered a further protest. He did not see the necessity of confronting an old woman with the gruesome sight of a mutilated corpse, nor did he perceive justifiable cause for further formalities of identification. But Sir Marmaduke, having spoken very peremptorily, had already turned on his heel without waiting for his friend's protest, and was striding across the patch of rough stubble which bordered the railing round the front of the cottage. Squire Boatfield reluctantly followed him. The next moment de Chavasse had lifted the latch of the gate, crossed the short flagged path, and now knocked loudly against the front door. Apparently there was no desire for secrecy or rebellion on the part of the dwellers of the cottage, for hardly had Sir Marmaduke's imperious knock echoed against the timbered walls than the door was opened from within by Richard Lambert, who, seeing the two gentlemen standing on the threshold, stepped back immediately, allowing them to pass. The old Quakeress and Richard were seemingly not alone. Two ladies sat in those same straight-backed chairs wherein some 50 hours ago Adam Lambert and the French prince had agreed upon that fateful meeting on the brow of the cliff. Sir Marmaduke's restless eyes took in at a glance every detail of that little parlour which he had known so intimately, the low lintel of the door which had always forced him to stoop as he entered, the central table with the pewter candlesticks upon it, the elm chairs shining like mirrors in response to the Quakeress's maddening passion for cleanliness. Everything was just as it had been those few hours ago when last he had picked up his broad-brimmed hat from the table and walked out of the cottage into the night. Everything was the same as it had been when his young girl wife pushed a leather wallet across the table to him, the wallet which contained the fortune that he had not yet dared to turn fully to his own account. Aye, it was all just the same, for even at this moment, as he stood there in the room, Sue, pale and still, faced him from across the table. For a moment he was silent, nor did anybody speak. Squire Boatfield felt unaccountably embarrassed, certain that he was intruding, vaguely wondering why the atmosphere in the cottage was so heavy and oppressive. Behind him, Richard Lambert had quietly closed the front door. The old woman stood in the background. The dusting cloth, which she had been plying so vigorously, had dropped out of her hand when the two gentlemen had appeared in her little parlour so unexpectedly. Sir Marmaduke was the first to break the silence. "My dear Sue," he said curtly, "this is a strange place indeed, wherein to find your ladyship." He cast a sharp, inquiring glance at her, then at his sister-in-law, who was still sitting by the hearth. "She insisted on coming," said Mistress de Chevreuse, with a shrug of the shoulders, "and I had not the power to stop her. I thought it best, therefore, to accompany her." She was wearing the cloak and hood which Sir Marmaduke had seen round her shoulders when a while ago he had met her in the hall of the court. Apparently she had started out with Sue in his immediate wake, and now he had a distinct recollection that while the mare was slowly ambling along, he had looked back once or twice and seen two dark figures walking some 50 yards behind him on the road which he himself had just traversed. At the moment he had imagined that they were some village folk wending their way towards Acol. Now he was conscious of nerve-racking irritation at the thought that if he had only turned the mare's head back toward the court, as he had at one time intended to do, he could have averted this present meeting. It almost seemed like a confrontation, here in this cottage, on the self-same spot where thought of murder had first struck upon his brain. There was something inexplicable, strangely puzzling now in Sue's attitude. When de Chevreuse had entered, she had risen from her chair, and, as if deliberately, had walked over to the spot where she had stood during that momentous interview, when she relinquished her fortune entirely, and without protest, into the hands of the man whom she had married, and whom she believed to be her lord. Her gaze now, calm and fixed, and withal vaguely searching, rested on her guardian's face. The fixity of her look increased his nerve tension. The others, too, were regarding him with varying feelings, which were freely expressed in their eyes. Boatfield seemed upset and somewhat resentful, the old woman sullen, despite the deference in her attitude, Lambert defiant, wrathful, nay, full of an incipient desire to avenge past wrongs. And dominating all, there was Editha's look of bewilderment, of puzzledom in her face at a mystery whereat her senses were beginning to reel, that mute questioning of the eyes, which speaks of turbulent thoughts within. Sir Marmaduke uttered an exclamation of impatience. "You must return to the court, and at once," he said, avoiding Sue's gaze, and speaking directly to Editha. "The men are outside with lanterns. You'll have to walk quickly, and you wish to reach home before twilight." But even while he spoke, Sue, not heeding him, had turned to Squire Boatfield. She went up to him, holding out her hands, as if in instinctive childlike appeal for protection to a kindly man. "This mystery is horrible," she murmured. Boatfield took her small hands in his, patting them gently the while, desiring to soothe and comfort her, for she seemed deeply agitated, and there was a wild look of fear from time to time in her pale face. "Sir Marmaduke is right," said the squire gently. "This is indeed no place for your ladyship. I did not see you arrive, or I had at once persuaded you to go." De Chevreuse would again have interposed. He stooped and picked up Sue's cloak, which had fallen to the ground, and as he went up to her with the obvious intention of replacing it around her shoulders, she checked him with a slight motion of her hand. "I only heard of this terrible crime an hour ago," she said, speaking once more to Boatfield, "and as I, methinks, am the only person in the world who can throw light upon this awesome mystery, I thought it my duty to come." "Of a truth, 'twas brave of your ladyship," quoth the squire, feeling a little bewildered at this strange announcement. "But surely you did not know this man?" "If the rumour which hath reached me be correct," she replied quietly, "then indeed did I know the murdered man intimately. Prince Amadis de Orleans was my husband." End of chapter 36.
Chapter 37 of The Nest of the Sparrowhawk by Emma ORCZY. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Dion Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. The Old Woman. There was silence in the tiny cottage parlor as the young girl made this extraordinary announcement in a firm, if toneless, voice, without flinching, and meeting with a sort of stubborn pride the 5 pairs of eyes which were now riveted upon her. From outside came the hum of many voices, dull and subdued, like the buzzing of a swarm of bees, and against the small window panes the incessant patter of icy rain, driven and lashed by the gale. Anon the wind moaned in the wide chimney. It seemed like the loud sigh of the Fates, satisfied at the tangle wrought by their relentless fingers in the threads of all these lives. Sir Marmaduke, after a slight pause, had contrived to utter an oath, indicative of the wrath he, as Lady Sue's guardian, should have felt at her statement. Squire Boatfield frowned at the oath. He had never liked de Chevreuse, and disapproved more than ever of the man's attitude towards his womankind now. The girl was in obvious, terrible distress. What she was feeling at this moment, when she was taking those around her into her confidence, could be as nothing compared to what she must have endured when she first heard the news that her strange bridegroom had been murdered. The kindly squire, though admitting the guardian's wrath, thought that its violent expression was certainly ill-timed. He allowed Sue to recover herself, for the more calm was her attitude outwardly, the more terrible must be the effort she was making at self-control. Sue's eyes were fixed steadily upon her guardian, and Richard Lambert's upon her. Both these young people, who had carved their own fate in the very rock which now had shattered their lives, seemed to be searching for something vague, unavowed, and mysterious, which instinct told them was there, but which was so elusive, so intangible, that the soul of each recoiled, even whilst it tried to probe. Entirely against her will, Sue, whilst she looked on her guardian, could think of nothing save of that day in Dover, the lonely church, the gloomy vestry, and that weird patter of the rain against the window panes. She was not ashamed of what she had done, only of what she had felt for him, whom she now believed to be dead. That she gave him her fortune was nothing. She neither regretted nor cared about that. What in the mind of a young and romantic girl was the value of a fortune squandered, when that priceless treasure, her first love, had already been thrown away? But now she could no longer judge the dead. The money which he had filched from her, fate and a murderous hand had quickly taken back from him, crushing beneath those chalk boulders his many desires, his vast ambitions, a worthless life, and incomparable greed. Her love which he had stolen, that he could not give back, not that ardent, whole-souled, enthusiastic love, not the romantic idealism, the hero worship, that veil of fantasy behind which first love is wont to hide its ephemerality. But she would not now judge the dead. Her romantic love lay buried in the lonely church at Dover, and she was striving not to think even of its grave. Squire Boatfield's kindly voice recalled her to her immediate surroundings, and to the duty, self-imposed, which had brought her thither. "My dear child," he said, speaking with unwonted solemnity, "if what you have just stated be, alas, the truth, then indeed you and you only can throw some light on the terrible mystery which has been puzzling us all. You may be the means which God hath chosen for bringing an evildoer to justice. Will you, therefore, try, though it may be very painful to you, will you try and tell us everything that is in your mind, everything which may draw the finger of God and our poor eyes to the miscreant who hath committed such an awful crime?" "I fear me I have not much to tell," replied Sue simply, "but I feel that it is my duty to suggest to the two magistrates here present what I think was the motive which prompted this horrible crime." "You can suggest a motive for the crime?" interposed Sir Marmaduke, striving to sneer, although his voice sounded quite toneless, for his throat was parched, and his tongue clove to the roof of his mouth. "By gad, 'twere vastly interesting to hear your ladyship's views." He tried to speak flippantly, at which Squire Boatfield frowned deprecation. Lambert, without a word, had brought a chair near to Lady Sue, and with a certain gentle authority he forced her to sit down. "It was a crime, of that I feel sure," said Sue, "nathless, that can be easily proven. When it has been discovered whether money and securities contained in a wallet of leather have been found among Prince Amadei's effects." "Money and securities!" ejaculated Sir Marmaduke, with a loud oath, which he contrived to bring forth with the violence of genuine wrath. "Money and securities! Forsooth, I trust—" "My money and my securities, sir," she interposed, with obvious hauteur, "which I had last night, and in this self-same room, placed in the hands of Prince Amadei d'Orleans, my husband." She said this with conscious pride. Whatever change her feelings may have undergone towards the man who had at one time been the embodiment of her most cherished dreams, she would not let her sneering guardian see that she had repented of her choice. Death hath endowed her exiled prince with a dignity which had never been his in life, and the veil of tragedy which now lay over the mysterious stranger and his still more mysterious life had called forth to its uttermost the young wife's sense of loyalty to him. "Not your entire fortune, my dear child, I hope," ejaculated Squire Boatfield, more horror-struck this time than he had been when first he had heard of the terrible murder. "The wallet contained my entire fortune," rejoined Sue calmly, "all that Master Skiffington had placed in my hands on the day that my father willed that it should be given me." "Such folly is nothing short of criminal," said Sir Marmaduke roughly. Nathless, had not the gentleman been murdered that night, he would have shown Thanet and you a clean pair of heels, taking your money with him, of course. Aye, but he was murdered, said Squire Boatfield firmly. The question only is by whom? Some footpad who haunts the cliffs, rejoined de Chavas lightly. 'Tis simple enough. Simple, mayhap, mused the squire, yet he paused a moment, and once more silence fell on all those assembled in the small cottage parlor. Sir Marmaduke felt as if every vein in his body was gradually being turned to stone. The sense of expectancy was so overwhelming that it completely paralyzed every other faculty within him, and Editha's searching eyes seemed like a corroding acid touching an aching wound. Yet for the moment there was no danger. He had so surrounded himself and his crimes with mystery that it would take more than a country squire's slowly moving brain to draw aside that weird and ghost-like curtain which hid his evil deeds. No, there was no danger as yet, but he cursed himself for a fool and a coward not to have gone away abroad long ere such a possible confrontation threatened him. He cursed himself for being here at all, and above all for having left the smith's clothes and the leather wallet in that lonely pavilion in the park. Squire Boatfield's kind eyes now rested on the old woman, who, awed and silent, shut out by her infirmities from this strange drama which was being enacted in her cottage, had stood calm and impassive by, trying to read with that wonderful quickness of intuition which the poverty of one's sense gives to the others, what was going on round her, since she could not hear. Her eyes, pale and dim, heavy-lidded and deeply lined, rested often on the face of Richard Lambert, who, leaning against the corner of the hearth, had watched the proceedings silently and intently. When the Quakeress's faded gaze met that of the young man, there was a quick and anxious look which passed from her to him, a look of entreaty for comfort, one of fear and of growing horror. And so the exiled prince lodged in your cottage, mistress, said Squire Boatfield, after a while, turning to Mistress Lambert. The old woman's eyes wandered from Richard to the squire. The look of fear in them vanished, giving place to good-natured placidity. She shuffled forward in the manner which had so oft irritated her lodger. "Eh? What?" she queried, approaching the squire. "I am somewhat hard of hearing these times." "We were speaking of your lodger, mistress," rejoined Boatfield, raising his voice. "Harm hath come to him, you know." Aye, she replied blandly. "Harm hath come to our lodger." "Nay, the Lord hath willed it so. The stranger was queer in his ways. I don't wonder that harm hath come to him." "You remember him well, mistress? Him and the clothes he used to wear?" asked Squire Boatfield. "Oh yes, I remember the clothes," she rejoined. "I saw them again on the dead who now lieth in Adam's forge, the same curious clothes of a truth, clothes the Lord would condemn as wantonness and vanity. I saw them again on the dead man," she reiterated garrulously. "The frills and furbelows, things the Lord hateth, and which no Christian should place upon his person. Yet the foreigner wore them. He had none other, and went out with them on him that night that the Lord sent him down into perdition." "Did you see him go out that night, mistress?" asked the squire. "Eh, what? Did he go out alone?" The dimmed eyes of the old woman roamed restlessly from face to face. It seemed as if that look of horror and of fear once more struggled to appear within the pale orbs. Yet the squire looked on her with kindness, and Lady Sue's tear-veiled eyes expressed boundless sympathy. Richard, on the other hand, did not look at her. His gaze was riveted on Sir Marmaduke de Chevreuse with an intensity which caused the latter to meet that look, trying to defy it, and then to flinch before its expression of passionate wrath. "We wish to know where your nephew Adam is, mistress," now broke in de Chevreuse roughly. "The squire and I would wish to ask him a few questions." Then, as the Quakeress did not reply, he added almost savagely, "Why don't you answer, woman? Are ye still hard of hearing?" "Your pardon, Sir Marmaduke," interposed Lambert firmly. "My aunt is old and feeble. She hath been much upset and over anxious, seeing that my brother Adam is still from home." Sir Marmaduke broke into a loud and prolonged laugh. "Ha, ha, ha, good master, so I understand your brother is from home, whilst the wallet containing her ladyship's fortune has disappeared along with him, eh?" "What are they saying, lad?" queried the old woman in her trembling voice. "What are they saying? I am fearful lest there's something wrong with Adam." "Nay, nay, dear, there's naught amiss," said Lambert soothingly. "There's naught amiss." Instinctively now Sue had risen. Sir Marmaduke's cruel laugh had grated horribly on her ear, rousing an echo in her memory which she could not understand, but which caused her to encircle the trembling figure of the old Quakeress with young protecting arms. "Are Squire Boatfield and I to understand, Lambert," continued Sir Marmaduke, speaking to the young man, "that your brother Adam has unaccountably disappeared since the night on which the foreigner met with his tragic fate? Nay, Boatfield," he added, turning to the squire, as Lambert had remained silent, "methinks you, as chief magistrate, should see your duty clearly. 'Tis a warrant you should sign, and quickly too, ere a scoundrel slip through the noose of justice. I can on the morrow to Dover, there to see the chief constable, but Piot and his men should not be idle the while." "What is he saying, my dear?" murmured Mistress Lambert timorously, as she clung with pathetic fervour to the young girl beside her. "What is the trouble?" "Where is your nephew Adam?" said de Chevreuse roughly. "I do not know," she retorted with amazing strength of voice, as she gently but firmly disengaged herself from the restraining arms that would have kept her back. "I do not know," she repeated. "What is it to thee? Where is he? Art accusing him perchance of doing away with that foreign devil?" Her voice rose shrill and resonant, echoing in the low-ceilinged room. Her pale eyes, dimmed with many tears, with hard work and harder piety, were fixed upon the man who had dared to accuse her lad. He tried not to flinch before that gaze, to keep up the air of mockery, the sound of a sneer. Outside the murmur of voices had become somewhat louder. The shuffling of bare feet on the flagstones could now be distinctly heard. End of chapter 37. Chapter 38 of The Nest of the Sparrowhawk by Emma ORCZY. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Dion Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. The Voice of the Dead. The next moment a timid knock against the front door caused everyone to start. A strange, eerie feeling descended on the hearts of all, of innocent and of guilty, of accuser and of defender. The knock seemed to have come from spectral hands, for 'twas followed by no further sound. Then again the knock. Lambert went to the door and opened it. "Be the quality here?" queried a timid voice. "Squire Boatfield is here, and Sir Marmaduke de Chevreuse," replied Lambert. "What is it, Mat? Come in." The squire had risen at sound of his name, and now went to the door, glad enough to shake himself free from that awful oppression which hung on the cottage like a weight of evil. "What is it, Mat?" he asked. A man in rough shirt and coarse breeches, and with high boots reaching up to the thigh, was standing humbly in the doorway. He was bareheaded, and his lanky hair, wet with rain and glittering with icy moisture, was blown about by the gale. At sight of the squire he touched his forelock. "The hour is getting late, squire," he said hesitatingly. "We carriers be ready. 'Tis an hour or more down to Minster, walking with a heavy burden, I mean. If your honour would give the order, mayhap we might nail down the coffin lid now, and make a start." Marmaduke de Chevreuse, too, had turned towards the doorway. Both men looked out on the little crowd which had congregated beyond the little gate. It was long past 3 o'clock now, and the heavy snow clouds overhead obscured the scanty winter light, and precipitated the approach of evening. In the grey twilight a group of men could be seen standing somewhat apart from the others. All were bareheaded, and all wore rough shirts and breeches of coarse worsted, drab or brown in color, toning in with the dull monochrome of the background. Between them, in the muddy road, stood the long deal coffin. The sheet which covered it, rendered heavy with persistent wet, flapped dismally against the wooden sides of the box. Overhead a group of rooks were circling whilst uttering their monotonous call. A few women had joined their menfolk, attracted by the novelty of the proceedings, yielding their momentary comfort to their feeling of curiosity. They had drawn their kirtles over their heads, and looked like gigantic oval balls, grey or black, with small mud-stained feet peeping out below. Sue had thrown an appealing look at Squire Boatfield when she saw that dismal cortege. Her husband, her prince, the descendant of the Bourbons, the regenerator of France, lying there, unrecognizable, horrible, and loathsome, in a rough wooden coffin hastily nailed together by a village carpenter. She did not wish to look on him, and with mute eyes begged the squire to spare her, and to spare the old woman, who through the doorway had caught sight of the drabby little crowd and of the deal box on the ground. Lambert, too, at the sight of the cortege, had gone to the Quakeress, the kind soul who had cared for him and his brother, two nameless lads without home save the one she had provided for them. He trusted in Squire Boatfield's sense of humanity not to force this septuagenarian to an effort of nerve and will altogether beyond her powers. Together the two young people were using gentle persuasion to get the old woman to the back room, whence she could not see the dreary scene now or presently, the slow winding of the dismal little procession down the road which leads to Minster, and whence she could not hear that weird flapping of the wet sheet against the side of the coffin, an echo to the slow and muffled tolling of the church bell some little distance away. But the old woman was obstinate. She struggled against the persuasion of young arms. Things had been said in her cottage just now which she must hear more distinctly. Vague accusations had been framed. A cruel and sneering laugh had echoed through the house, from whence one of her lads, Adam, was absent. "No, no," she said with quiet firmness, as Lambert urged her to withdraw. "Let be, lad, let be. Ye cannot deceive the old woman, all of ye. The Lord hath put wool in my ears, so I cannot hear. But my eyes are good. I can see your faces. I can read them. Speak, man," she said, as she suddenly disengaged herself from Richard's restraining arms, and walked deliberately up to Marmaduke de Chevreuse. "Speak, man, didst thou accuse Adam?" An involuntary "no" escaped from the squire's kindly heart and lips, but Sir Marmaduke shrugged his shoulders. The crisis which by his own acts, by his own cowardice, he himself had precipitated, was here now. Fatality had overtaken him. Whether the whole truth would come to light he did not know. Truly, at this moment he hardly cared. He did not feel as if he were himself, but another being, before whom stood another Sir Marmaduke de Chevreuse, on whom he, a spectre, a ghoul, a dream figure, was about to pass judgment. He knew that he need do nothing now, for without his help or any effort on his part, that morbid curiosity which had racked his brain for 2 days would be fully satisfied. He would know absolutely now exactly what every one thought of the mysterious French prince and of his terrible fate on Epple sands. Thank Satan and all his hordes of devils that heavy chalk boulders had done so complete a work of obliteration. But whilst he looked down with complete indifference on the old woman, she looked about from one face to the other, trying to read what cruel thoughts of Adam lurked behind those obvious expressions of sympathy. "So that foreign devil hath done mischief at last," she now said loudly, her tremulous voice gaining in strength as she spoke. "The Lord would not allow him to do it living. So the devil hath helped him to it now that he is dead. But I tell you that Adam is innocent. There was no harm in the lad, a little rough at times, but no harm. He'd no father to bring him up, and his mother was a wanton, so there was only the foolish old woman to look after the boys. But there's no harm in the lad, there's no harm." Her voice broke down now in a sob. Her throat seemed choked, but with an effort which seemed indeed amazing in one of her years, she controlled her tears, and for a moment was silent. The grey twilight crept in through the door of the cottage, where Mat, bareheaded and humble, still waited for the order to go. Sir Marmaduke would have interrupted the old woman's talk ere this, but his limbs were now completely paralyzed. He might have been made of stone, so rigid did he feel himself to be, a marble image, or else a spectre, a shadow figure that existed yet could not move. There was such passionate earnestness in the old woman's words that everyone else remained dumb. Richard, whose heart was filled with dread, who had endured agonies of anxiety since the disappearance of his brother, had but one great desire, which was to spare to the kind soul a knowledge which would mean death or worse to her. As for Editha de Chevreuse, she was a mere spectator still, so puzzled, so bewildered, that she was quite convinced at this moment that she must be mad. She could not encounter Marmaduke's eyes, try how she might. The look in his face horrified her less than it mystified her. She alone, save the murderer himself, knew that the man who lay in that deal coffin out there was not the mysterious foreigner who had never existed. But if not the stranger, then who was it? Who was dead? And what had Adam Lambert to do with the whole terrible deed? Sue once more tried to lead Mistress Lambert gently away, but she pushed the young girl aside quite firmly. "Ye don't believe me?" she asked, looking from one face to the other. "Ye don't believe me? Yet I tell ye all that Adam is innocent, and that the Lord will not allow the innocent to be unjustly condemned. Aye, he will even let the dead arise, I say, and proclaim the innocence of my lad." Her eyes, with dilated pupils and pale, opaque rims, had the look of the seer in them now. She gazed straight out before her into the rain-laden air, and it seemed almost as if in it she could perceive visions of avenging swords, of defending angels and accusing ghouls, that she could hear whisperings of muffled voices and feel beckoning hands guiding her to a world peopled by specters and evil beings that prey upon the dead. "Let me pass," she said with amazing vigor, as Squire Boatfield, with kindly concern, tried to bar her exit through the door. "Let me pass, I say. The dead and I have questions to ask of one another." "This is madness," broke in Marmaduke de Chevreuse with an effort. "That body is not a fit sight for a woman to look upon." He would have seized the Quakeress by the arm in order to force her back, but Richard Lambert already stood between her and him. "Let no one dare to lay a hand on her," he said quietly, and the old woman, escaping from all those who would have restrained her, walked rapidly through the doorway and down the flagged path, rendered slippery with the sleet. The gale caught the white wings of her coif, causing them to flutter about her ears, and freezing strands of her gray locks, which stood out now all round her head like a grizzled halo. She could scarcely advance, for the wind drove her kirtle about her lean thighs, and her feet, with the heavy tan shoes, sank ankle deep in the puddles formed by the water in the interstices of the flagstones. The rain beat against her face, mingled with the tears which now flowed freely down her cheeks, but she did not heed the discomfort, nor yet the cold, and she would not be restrained. The next moment she stood beside the rough wooden coffin, and with a steady hand had lifted the wet sheet, which continued to flap with dull, mournful sound round the feet of the dead. The Quakeress looked down upon the figure stretched out here in death, neither majestic nor peaceful, but horrible and weirdly mysterious. She did not flinch at the sight. Resentment against the foreigner dimmed her sense of horror. "So, my fine prince," she said, whilst awed at the spectacle of this old woman parleying with the dead. Carriers and mourners had instinctively moved a few steps away from her. "So thou wouldst harm my boy. Thou always didst hate him. Thou with thy grand airs and thy rough ways. Had the Lord allowed it, this hand of thine would ere now have been raised against him, as it oft was raised against the old woman, whose infirmities should have rendered her sacred in thy sight." She stooped and deliberately raised the murdered man's hand in hers, and for one moment fixed her gaze upon it. For that one moment she was silent, looking down at the rough fingers, the coarse nails, the blistered palm. Then, still holding the hand in hers, she looked up, then round at every face which was turned fixedly upon her. Thus she encountered the eyes of the men and women present here only to witness an unwonted spectacle. Then those of the kindly squire, of Lady Sue, of Mistress de Chavasse, and of her other lad, Richard, all of whom had instinctively followed her down the short flagged path in the wake of her strange and prophetic pilgrimage. Lastly, her eyes met those of Marmaduke de Chavasse. Then she spoke slowly, in a low, muffled voice, which gradually grew more loud and more full of passionate strength. "Aye, the Lord is just," she said. "The Lord is great. It is the dead which shall rise again and proclaim the innocence of the just and the guilt of the wicked." She paused a while and stooped to kiss the marble-like hand which she held tightly grasped in hers. "Adam," she murmured, "Adam, my boy, my lad." The men and women looked on, stupidly staring, not understanding yet what new tragedy had suddenly taken the place of the old. "Aunt, aunt, dear," whispered Lambert, who had pushed his way forward, and now put his arm round the old woman, for she had begun to sway. "What is the matter, dear?" he repeated anxiously. "What does it mean?" And conquering his own sense of horror and repulsion, he tried to disengage the cold and rigid hand of the dead from the trembling grasp of the Quakeress, but she would not relinquish her hold. Only she turned and looked steadily at the young lad, whilst her voice rose firm and harsh above the loud patter of the rain and the moaning of the wind through the distant trees. "It means, my lad," she said, "it means all of you, that what I said was true, that Adam is innocent of crime, for he lies here dead, and the Lord will see that his death shall not remain unavenged." Once more she kissed the rough hand, beautiful now with that cold beauty which the rigidity of death imparts. Then she replaced it reverently, silently, and fell upon her knees in the wet mud beside the coffin. End of chapter 38. Chapter 39 of The Nest of the Sparrowhawk by Emma ORCZY. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Dion Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. The Homecoming of Adam Lambert. All heads were bent. None of the ignorant folk who stood around would have dared even to look at the old woman kneeling beside that rough deal box which contained the body of her lad. A reverent feeling had killed all curiosity. Bewilderment at the extraordinary and wholly unexpected turn of events had been merged in a sense of respectful awe, which rendered every mouth silent and lowered every lid. Squire Boatfield, almost paralyzed with astonishment, had murmured half stupidly, "Adam Lambert, dead? I do not understand." He turned to Marmaduke de Chavasse as if vaguely, instinctively expecting an answer to the terrible puzzle from him. De Chavasse's feet, over which he himself seemed to have no control, had of a truth led him forward, so that he, too, stood not far from the old woman now. He had watched her, silent and rigid, conscious only of one thing, a trivial matter, certes, of Editha's inquiring eyes fixed steadily upon him. Everything else had been merged in a kind of a dream, but the mute question in those eyes was what concerned him. It seemed to represent the satisfaction of that morbid curiosity which had been such a terrible obsession during these past nerve-wracking days. Editha, realizing the identity of the dead man, would there and then know the entire truth, But Editha's fate was too closely linked to his own to render her knowledge of that truth dangerous to de Chavas. Therefore, with him, it was merely a sense of profound satisfaction that someone would henceforth share his secret with him. It was quite impossible to analyze the thoughts of the man who thus stood by, a silent and almost impassive spectator of a scene wherein his fate, his life, an awful retribution, and deadly justice were all hanging in the balance. He was not mad, nor did he act with either irrelevance or rashness. The sense of self-protection was still keen in him, violently keen, although undoubtedly he, and he alone, was responsible for the events which culminated in the present crisis. The whole aspect of affairs had changed from the moment that the real identity of the dead had been established. Everyone here present would regard this new mystery in an altogether different light to that by which they had viewed the former weird problem. But still there need be no danger to the murderer. Editha would know, of course, but no one else, and it would be vastly curious anon to see what Lady Sue would do. Therefore, Sir Marmaduke was chiefly conscious of Editha's presence, and then only of Sue. "Some old woman's folly," he now said roughly, in response to Squire Boatfield's mute inquiry. "A while ago she identified the clothes as having belonged to the foreign prince." "Aye, the clothes, de Chavas," murmured the squire meditatively, "the clothes, but not the man. And 'twas you yourself who just now—" "Master Lambert should know his own brother," here came in a suppressed murmur from one or two of the men, who respectfully, before the quality, had now become too excited to keep altogether silent. "Of course I know my brother," retorted Richard Lambert boldly, "and can but curse mine own cowardice in not defending him ere this." "What more lies are we to hear?" sneered de Chavas. "Surely, Boatfield, this stupid scene hath lasted long enough." "Put my knowledge to the test, sir," rejoined Lambert. "My brother's arm was scarred by a deep cut from shoulder to elbow, caused by the fall of a sharp-bladed axe. 'Twas the right arm. Will you see, Sir Marmaduke, or will you allow me to lay bare the right arm of this man, to see if I had lied?" Squire Boatfield, conquering his reluctance, had approached nearer to the coffin. He too lifted the dead man's arm, as the old woman had done just now, and he gazed down meditatively at the hand, which, though shapely, was obviously rough and toil-worn. Then, with a firm and deliberate gesture, he undid the sleeve of the doublet and pushed it back, bearing the arm up to the shoulder. He looked at the lifeless flesh for a moment, there where a deep and long scar stood out plainly between the elbow and shoulder, like the veining in a block of marble. Then he pulled the sleeve down again. "Neither you nor Mistress Lambert have lied, master," he said simply. "'Tis Adam Lambert who lies here, murdered, and if that be so," he continued firmly, "then the man who put these clothes upon the body of the smith is his murderer, the foreigner who called himself Prince Amadis de Orleans, the husband of Lady Sue Aldmarsh," quoth Sir Marmaduke, breaking into a loud laugh. The rain had momentarily ceased, although the gale, promising further havoc, still continued that mournful swaying of the dead branches of the trees, but a gentle drip-drip had replaced that incessant patter. The humid atmosphere had long ago penetrated through rough shirts and worsted breeches, causing the spectators of this weird tragedy to shiver with the cold. The shades of evening had begun to gather in. It were useless now to attempt to reach Minster before nightfall, nor presumably would the old Quakeress thus have parted from the dead body of her lad. Richard Lambert had begged that the coffin might be taken into the cottage. The old woman's co-religionist would help her to obtain for Adam fitting and Christian burial. After Sir Marmaduke's sneering taunt, no one had spoken. For these yokels and their womenfolk, the matter had passed altogether beyond their ken. Bewildered, not understanding, above all more than half fearful, they consulted one another vaguely and mutely, with eyes and quaint expressive gestures, wondering what had best be done. 'Twas fortunate that the rain had ceased. One by one the women, still holding their kirtles tightly round their shoulders, began to move away. The deal box seemed to have reached a degree of mystery from which 'twas best to keep at a distance. The men, too, those who had come as spectators, were gradually edging away. Some walked off with their womenfolk, others hung back in groups of 3 or 4, discussing the most hospitable place to which 'twere best to adjourn. All wore a strangely shamed expression of timidity, almost of self-deprecation, as if apologetic for their presence here when the quality had matters of such grave import to discuss. No one had really understood Sir Marmaduke's sneering taunt, only they felt instinctively that there were some secrets which it had been disrespectful even to attempt to guess. Those who had been prepared to carry the coffin to Minster were the last to hang back. Squire Boatfield was obviously giving some directions to their foreman, Mat, who tugged at his forelock at intervals, indicating that he was prepared to obey. The others stood aside, waiting for instructions. Thus the deal box remained on the ground, exactly opposite the tiny wooden gate, strangely isolated and neglected-looking after the dispersal of the interested crowd which had surrounded it a while ago. It seemed as if, with the establishment of the real identity of the dead, the intensity of the excitement had vanished. The mysterious foreigner had a small court round him. Adam Lambert, only his brother, and the old Quakeress. They remained beside the coffin, she kneeling with her head buried in her wrinkled hands, he standing silent and passionately wrathful, both against one man and against destiny. He had almost screamed with horror when de Chavasse thus brutally uttered Lady Sue's name. He had seen the young girl almost sway on her feet as she smothered the cry of agony and horror which at her guardian's callous taunt had risen to her lips. He had seen, and in his heart worshipped her for the heroic effort which she made to remain outwardly calm, not to betray before a crowd the agonizing horror, the awful fear, and the burning shame, which of a truth would have crushed most women of her tender years. And because he saw that she did not wish to betray one single thought or emotion, he did not approach, nor attempt to show the overwhelming sympathy which he felt. He knew that any word from him to her would only call forth more malicious sneers from that strange man who seemed to be pursuing Lady Sue, and also himself, Lambert, with a tenacious and incomprehensible hatred. Richard remained, therefore, beside his dead brother's coffin, supporting and anon gently raising the old woman from the ground. Mat, the foreman, had joined his comrades, and after a word of explanation, they once more gathered round the wooden box, stooping to their task, their sinews cracking under the effort, the perspiration streaming from their foreheads. They raised the mortal remains of Adam Lambert from the ground, and hoisted the burden upon their shoulders. Then they turned into the tiny gate, and slowly walked with it along the little flagged path to the cottage. The men had to stoop as they crossed the threshold, and the heavy box swayed above their powerful shoulders. The Quakeress and Richard followed, going within in the wake of the 6 men. The parlor was then empty, and thus it was that Adam Lambert finally came home. The others, Squire Boatfield and Mistress de Chavasse, Lady Sue, and Sir Marmaduke, had stood aside in the small forecourt to enable the small cortege to pass. Directly Richard Lambert and the old woman disappeared within the gloom of the cottage interior, these 4 people, each individually the prey of harrowing thoughts, once more turned their steps towards the open road. There was nothing more to be done here at this cottage, where the veil of mystery which had fallen over the gruesome murder had been so unexpectedly lifted by a septuagenarian's hand. End of chapter 39. Chapter 40 of The Nest of the Sparrowhawk by Emma ORCZY. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Dion Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Editha's Return. Squire Boatfield was vastly perturbed. Never had his position as magistrate seemed so onerous to him, nor his duties as Major General quite so arduous. A vague and haunting fear had seized him, a fear that if he did do his duty, if he did continue his investigations of the mysterious crime, he would learn something vastly horrible and awesome, something he had best never know. He tried to take indifferent leave of the ladies, yet he quite dreaded to meet Lady Sue's eyes. If all the misery, the terror which she must feel, were expressed in them, then indeed would her young face be a heart-breaking sight for any man to see. He kissed the hand of Editha de Chavasse and bowed in mute and deferential sympathy to the young girl-wife, who of a truth had this day quaffed at one draught the brimful cup of sorrow and of shame. An inexplicable instinct restrained him from taking de Chavasse's hand. He was quite glad indeed that the latter, seemingly absorbed in thoughts, was not heeding his going. The squire in his turn now passed out of the little gate. The evening was drawing in over rapidly now, and it would be a long and dismal ride from here to Sarah. Fortunately, he had 2 serving men with him, each with a lantern. They were now standing beside their master's cob, some few yards down the road, which from this point leads in a straight course down to Sarah. Not far from the entrance to the forge, Boatfield saw Petty Constable Piot in close converse with Master Him of Praise Busy, butler to Sir Marmaduke. The man was talking with great volubility and obvious excitement, and Piot was apparently torn between his scorn for the narrator's garrulousness and his fear of losing something of what the talker had to say. At sight of Boatfield, Piot unceremoniously left Master Busy, standing, open-mouthed, in the very midst of a voluble sentence, and approached the squire, doffing his cap respectfully as he did so. "Will your honor sign a warrant?" he asked. "A warrant? What warrant?" queried the worthy squire, who of a truth was falling from puzzlement to such absolute bewilderment that he felt literally as if his head would burst with the weight of so much mystery and with the knowledge of such dire infamy. "I think that the scoundrel is cleverer than we thought, your honour," continued the petty constable. "We must not allow him to escape." "I am quite bewildered," murmured the squire. "What is the warrant for?" "For the apprehension of the man whom the folk about here called the Prince of Orleans. I can set the watches on the go this very night. Nay, they shall scour the countryside to some purpose. The murderer cannot be very far. We know that he is dressed in the smith's clothes. We'll get him soon enough, but he may have friends." "Friends? He may have been a real prince, your honour," said Piot with a laugh which contradicted his own suggestion. Aye, mayhap. He may have powerful friends, or such as would resist the watches, resist us. Mayhap a warrant would be useful." Aye, you are right, constable," said Boatfield, still a little bewildered. "Do you come along to Sarra with me. I'll give you a warrant this very night. Have you a horse here?" "Nay, your honour," rejoined the man, "an it please you, my going to Sarra would delay matters, and the watches could not start their search this night." "Then what am I to do?" exclaimed the squire, somewhat impatient of the whole thing now, longing to get away and to forget, beside his own comfortable fireside, all the harrowing excitement of this unforgettable day. "Young Lambert is a bookworm, your honour," suggested Piot, who was keen on the business, seeing that his zeal, if accompanied by success, would surely mean promotion. "There'll be ink and paper in the cottage, and your honour would but write a few words and sign them, something I could show to a commanding officer if perchance I needed the help of soldiery, or to the chief constable resident at Dover, for methinks some of us must push on that way. Your honour must forgive. We should be blamed, punished mayhap, if we allowed such a scoundrel to remain unhung." "As you will, man, as you will," sighed the worthy squire impatiently. "But wait," he added, as Piot, overjoyed, had already turned towards the cottage, "wait until Sir Marmaduke de Chevreuse and the ladies have gone." He called his serving men to him and ordered them to start on their way towards home, but to wait for him with his cob at the bend of the road, just in the rear of the little church. Some instinct, for which he could not rightly have accounted, roused in him the desire to keep his return to the cottage a secret from Sir Marmaduke. Attended by Piot, he followed his men down the road, and the angle of the cottage soon hid him from view. De Chevreuse, in the meanwhile, had ordered his own men to escort the ladies home. Busy and Toogood lighted their lanterns, whilst Sue and Editha, wrapping their cloaks and hoods closely round their heads and shoulders, prepared to follow them. Anon the little procession began slowly to wind its way back towards Acle Court. Sir Marmaduke lingered behind for a while, of set purpose. He had no wish to walk beside either Editha or Lady Sue, so he took some time in mounting his nag, which had been tethered in the rear of the forge. His intention was to keep the men with the lanterns in sight, for though there was no dangerous footpaths in Thanet, yet Sir Marmaduke's mood was not one that courted isolation on a dark and lonely road. Therefore, just before he saw the dim lights of the lanterns disappearing down the road, which at this point makes a sharp dip before rising abruptly once more on the outskirts of the wood, Sir Marmaduke finally put his foot in the stirrup and started to follow. The mare had scarce gone a few paces before he saw the figure of a woman detaching itself from the little group on ahead, and then turning and walking rapidly back towards the village. He could not immediately distinguish which of the two ladies it was, for the figure was totally hidden behind the ample folds of cloak and hood, but soon as it approached, he perceived that it was Editha. He would have stopped her by barring the way. He even thought of dismounting, thinking mayhap that she had left something behind at the cottage, and cursing his men for allowing her to return alone. But quick as a flash of lightning she ran past him, dragging her hood closer over her face as she ran. He hesitated for a few seconds, wondering what it all meant. He even turned the mare's head round to see whither Editha was going. She had already reached the railing and gate in front of the cottage. The next moment she had lifted the latch, and Sir Marmaduke could see her blurred outline through the rising mist, walking quickly along the flagged path, and then he heard her peremptory knock at the cottage door. He waited a while, musing, checking the mare, who longed to be getting home. He fully expected to see Editha return within the next minute or so, for vaguely through the fast-gathering gloom he had perceived that someone had opened the door from within, a thin ray of yellowish light falling on Editha's cloaked figure. Then she disappeared into the cottage. On ahead the swaying lights of the lanterns were rapidly becoming more and more indistinguishable in the distance. Apparently Editha's departure from out the little group had not been noticed by the others. The men were ahead, and Sue, mayhap, was too deeply absorbed in thought to pay much heed as to what was going on round her. Sir Marmaduke still hesitated. Editha was not returning, and the cottage door was once more closed. Courtesy demanded that he should wait so as to escort her home, but the fact that she had gone back to the cottage at risk of having to walk back all alone and along a dark and dreary road bore a weird significance to this man's tortuous mind. Editha, troubled with a mass of vague fears and horrible conjectures, had, mayhap, desired to have them set at rest, or else to hear their final and terrible confirmation. In either case, Marmaduke de Chevreuse had no wish now for a slow amble homewards, in company with the one being in the world who knew him for what he was. That thought, and also the mad desire to get away at last, to cease with this fateful procrastination, and to fly from this country with the golden booty which he had gained at such awful risks, these caused him finally to turn the mare's head towards home, leaving Editha to follow as best she might in the company of one of the serving men whom he would send back to meet her. The mare was ready to go. He spurred her to a sharp trot. Then, having joined the little group on ahead, he sent Master Courage Toogood back with his lantern, with orders to inquire at the cottage for Mistress de Chevreuse, and there to await her pleasure. He asked Lady Sue to mount behind him, but this she refused to do, so he put his nag back to foot space, and thus the much diminished little party slowly walked back to Acol Court. End of chapter 40. Chapter 41 of The Nest of the Sparrowhawk by Emma ORCZY. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Dion Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. their name. What had prompted Editha de Chavasse to return, thus alone, to the Quakeress's cottage, she herself could not exactly have told. It must have been a passionate and irresistible desire to heap certainty upon a tangle of horrible surmises. With Adam Lambert lying dead, obviously murdered, and in the clothes affected by de Chavasse when masquerading as the French hero, there could be only one conclusion. But this to Editha, who throughout had given a helping hand in the management of the monstrous comedy, was so awful a solution of the puzzle that she could not but recoil from it, and strive to deny it, while she had one sane thought left in her madly whirling brain. But though she fought against the conclusion with all her might, she did not succeed in driving it from her thoughts, and through it all there was a vein of uncertainty, that slender thread of hope that after all she might be the prey of some awful delusion, which a word from someone who really knew would anon easily dissipate. Someone who really knew? Nay, that someone could only be Marmaduke, and of him she dared not ask questions. Mayhap that on the other hand the old woman and Richard Lambert knew more than they had cared to say. Sue was indeed deeply absorbed in thoughts, walking with head bent and eyes fixed on the ground like a somnambulist. Edith, moved by unreasoning instinct, determined to see the Quakeress again, also the man who now lay dead, hoping that from him, mayhap, she might glean the real solution of that mystery which sooner or later would undoubtedly drive her mad. Running rapidly past horse and rider, for she would not speak to Marmaduke, she reached the cottage soon enough. In response to her knock, Master Lambert opened the door to her. The dim light of a couple of tallow candles flickered weirdly in the draught. Editha looked around her in amazement, astonished that, like herself, Squire Boatfield had also evidently retraced his steps, and was sitting now in one of the high-backed chairs beside the hearth, whilst the old Quakeress stood not far from him, her attitude indicative of obstinacy, even of defiance, in the face of a duty with which apparently the squire had been charging her. At sight of Mistress de Chavasse, Boatfield rose. A look of annoyance crossed his face at thought that Editha's arrival had, mayhap, endangered the success of his present purpose. Ink and paper were on the table close to his elbow, and it was obvious that he had been questioning the old woman very closely on a subject which she apparently desired to keep secret from him. Mistress Lambert's attitude had also changed at sight of Editha, who stood for a moment undecided on the threshold ere she ventured within. The look of obstinacy died out of the wrinkled face. The eyes took on a strange expression of sullen wrath. "Enter, my fine lady, I pray thee, enter," said the Quakeress. "Art also a party to these cross questionings? Art anxious to probe the secrets which the old woman hath kept hidden within the walls of this cottage?" She laughed, a low, chuckling laugh, mirthless and almost cruel, as she surveyed Editha's cloaked figure, and then the lady's scared and anxious face. "Nay, I crave your pardon, mistress," said Editha, feeling oddly timid before the strange personality of the Quakeress. "I would, of a truth, desire to ask your help in—" and I would not intrude, and Nay, nay, prithee enter, fair mistress, rejoined Mistress Lambert dryly. Strange that I should hear thy words so plainly. Thy words seem to find echo in my brain, raising memories which thou hast buried long ago. Enter, I prithee, and sit thee down, she added, shuffling towards the chair. Shut the door, Dick, lad, and ask this fair mistress to sit. The squire is asking many questions. Mayhap that I'll answer them, now that she is here. In obedience to the quaint peremptoriness of her manner, Richard had closed the outer door and drawn the chair forward, asking Mistress de Chevas to sit. Squire Boatfield, who was visibly embarrassed, was still standing, and tried to murmur some excuse, being obviously anxious to curtail this interview and to postpone his further questionings. I'll come some other time, mistress, he said with obvious nervousness. Mistress de Chevas desires to speak with you, and I'll return later on in the evening when you are alone. Nay, nay, man, rejoined the Quakeress, prithee, sit again. The evening is young yet, and what I may tell thee now has something to do with this fine lady here. Wilt question me again? I would mayhap reply. She stood close to the table, one wrinkled hand resting upon it. The guttering candles cast strange, fantastic lights on her old face, surmounted with the winged coif, and weird shadows down one side of her face. Editha, awed and subdued, gazed on her with a kind of fear, even of horror. In a dark corner of the little room, the straight outline of the long deal box could only faintly be perceived in the gloom. Richard Lambert, silent and oppressed, stood close beside it, his face in shadow, his eyes fixed with a sense of inexplicable premonition on the face of Editha de Chevas. Now wilt question me again, man? Asked the old Quakeress, turning to the squire. The Lord hath willed that my ears be clear to-day. Wilt question me? I'll hear thee, and I'll give answer to thy questions. Nay, mistress, replied the squire, pointing to the ink and the paper on the table, methought you would wish to see the murderer of your nephew swing on the gallows for his crime. I would sign this paper here ordering the murderer of the smith of Acol to be apprehended as soon as found, and to be brought forthwith before the magistrate, there to give an account of his doings. I asked you then to give me the full Christian and surname of the man whom the neighborhood and myself thought was your nephew, and to my surprise you seemed to hesitate, and I'll hesitate no longer, she interposed firmly. Let the lad there ask me his dead brother's name, and I'll tell him if he asks. Justice must be done against Adam's murderer, dear mistress, said Richard gently, for the old woman had paused and turned to him, evidently waiting for him to speak. My brother's real name, his parentage, might explain the motive which led an evildoer to commit such an appalling crime. Therefore, dear mistress, do I ask thee to tell us my brother's name and mine own. 'Tis well done, lad, 'tis well done, she rejoined, when Richard had ceased speaking, and silence had fallen for a while on that tiny cottage parlor. 'Tis well done, she reiterated. The secret hath weighed heavily upon my old shoulders these past few years, since thou and Adam were no longer children. But I swore to thy grandmother, who died in the Lord, that thou and Adam should never hear of thy mother's wantonness and shame. I swore it on her deathbed, and I have kept my oath. But I am old now. After this trouble, mine hour will surely come. I am prepared, but I will not take thy secret, lad, with me into my grave. She shuffled across to the old oak dresser, which occupied one wall of the little room. Two pairs of glowing eyes followed her every movement, those of Richard Lambert, who seemed to see a vision of his destiny faintly outlined, still blurred, but slowly unfolding itself in the tangled web of fate, and then those of Editha, who even as the old woman spoke, had felt a tidal wave of long-forgotten memories sweeping right over her senses. The look in the Quakeress's eyes, the words she uttered, though still obscure and enigmatical, had already told her the whole truth. As in a flash she saw before her her youth and all its follies, the gay life of thoughtlessness and pleasures, the cradles of her children, the tiny boys who to the woman of fashion were but a hindrance and a burden. She saw her own mother, rigid and dour, the counterpart of this same old Puritan who had not hesitated to part two children from their mother for over a score of years, any more than she hesitated now to fling insult upon insult on the wretched woman who had more than paid her debt to her own careless frivolity of long ago. Thy brother's name was Henry Adam de Chavas, and thine Michael Richard de Chavas, sons of Roland de Chavas, and of the wanton who was his wife. The old woman had taken a packet of papers, yellow with age, and stained with many tears, from out a secret drawer of the old oak dresser. Her voice was no longer tremulous as it was wont to be, but firm and dull, monotonous in tone, like that of one who speaks whilst in a trance. Squire Boatfield had uttered an exclamation of boundless astonishment. Mechanically he took the packet of papers from the Quakeress's hand, and after an instant's hesitation, and in response to an appealing look from Richard, he broke the string which held the documents together, and perused them one by one. But Editha, even as the last of the old woman's words ceased to echo in the narrow room, had risen to her feet. Her heavy cloak glided off her shoulders down upon the ground. Her eyes, preternaturally large, glowed, and full of awe, were now fixed upon the young man, her son. De Chavas, she murmured, her brain whirling, her heart filled not only with an awful terror, but also with a great and overwhelming joy. My sons, then I am— But with a peremptory gesture the Quakeress had stopped the word in her mouth. Nay, she said loudly, do not pollute that sacred name by letting it pass through thy lips. Women such as thou were not made for motherhood. Thy own mother knew that when she took thy children from thee and cursed thee on her deathbed for thy sins and for thy shame. The sons were honest, God-fearing men, but 'tis no thanks to thee. Thou alone hast heaped shame upon their dead father's name, and hast contrived to wreak ruin on the sons who knew thee not. The Quakeress paused a moment, her pale, opaque eyes lighted with an inward glow of wrath and of satisfied vengeance. She and her dead friend and all their co-religionists had hated the woman who, in defiance of her own Puritanic upbringing, had cast aside her friends and her home in order to throw herself in that vortex of pleasure which her mother considered evil and infamous. Together they had all rejoiced over this woman's subsequent humiliation, her sorrow and longing for her children, the ceaseless search, the ever-recurrent disappointments. Now the Quakeress's hour had come, hers and that of the whole of the Dower sect, who had taken it upon itself to punish and to avenge. Editha, shamed and miserable, not even daring now to approach her own son and to beg for affection with a look, stood quite rigid and pale, allowing the torrent of the old woman's pent-up hatred to fall upon her and to crush her with its rough cruelty. Squire Boatfield would have interposed. He had glanced at the various documents, the proofs of what the old woman had asserted, and was satisfied that the horrible tale of what seemed to him unparalleled cruelty was indeed true, and that the narrow bigotry of a community had succeeded in performing that monstrous crime of parting this wretched woman for 20 years from her sons. Vaguely, in his mind, the kindly squire hoped that he, as magistrate, could fitly punish this crime of child-stealing, and the expression with which he now regarded the old Quakeress was certainly not one of goodwill. Mistress Lambert had, in the meanwhile, approached Editha. She now took the younger woman's hand in hers and dragged her towards the coffin. "There lies one of thy sons," she said, with the same relentless energy, "the eldest, who should have been thy pride, murdered in a dark spot by some skulking criminal. Curse thee, I say, as thy mother cursed thee on her deathbed. Curse thee now that retribution has come at last." Her words died away as some mournful echo against these whitewashed walls. For a moment she stood wrathful and defiant, upright and stern, like a justiciary between the dead son and the miserable woman, who of a truth was suffering almost unendurable agony of mind and of heart. Then, in the midst of the awesome silence that followed on that loudly spoken curse, there was the sound of a firm footstep on the rough deal floor, and the next moment Michael Richard de Chavasse was kneeling beside his mother and covering her icy cold hand with kisses. A heart-broken moan escaped her throat. She stooped, and with trembling lips gently touched the young head, bent in simple love and uninquiring reverence before her. Then, without a word, without a look cast either at her cruel enemy or at the silent spectator of this terrible drama, she turned and ran rapidly out of the room, out into the dark and dismal night. With a deep sigh of content, Mistress Lambert fell on her knees, and thence upon the floor. The old heart, which had contained so much love and so much hatred, such stern self-sacrifice and such deadly revenge, had ceased to beat. Now the worker's work was done. End of chapter 41. Chapter 42 of The Nest of the Sparrowhawk by Emma ORCZY. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Dion Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. The Return. Master Courage Too Good had long ago given up all thought of waiting for the mistress. He had knocked repeatedly at the door of the cottage, from behind the thick panels of which he had heard loud, and he thought, angry voices, speaking words which he could not, however, quite understand. No answer had come to his knocking, and tired with the excitement of the day, fearful, too, at the thought of the lonely walk which now awaited him, he chose to believe that mayhap he had either misunderstood his master's orders, or that Sir Marmaduke himself had been mistaken when he thought the mistress back at the cottage. These surmises were vastly to Master Courage Toogood's liking, whose name somewhat belied his timid personality. Swinging his lantern and striving to keep up his spirits by the aid of a lusty song, he resolutely turned his steps towards home. The whole landscape seemed filled with eeriness. The events of the day had left their impress on this dark November night, causing the sighs of the gale to seem more spectral and weird than usual, and the dim outline of the trees, with their branches turned away from the coastline, to seem like unhappy spirits with thin, gaunt arms stretched dejectedly out toward the unresponsive distance. Master Toogood tried not to think of ghosts, nor of the many stories of pixies and goblins which are said to take a malicious pleasure in the timorousness of mankind, but of a truth he nearly uttered a cry of terror, and would have fallen on his knees in the mud, when a dark object, quite undistinguishable in the gloom, suddenly loomed before him. Yet this was only the portly figure of Master Piot, the petty constable, who seemed to be mounting guard just outside the cottage, and who was vastly amused at Toogood's pusillanimity. He entered into converse with the young man. No doubt he, too, had been feeling somewhat lonely in the midst of this darkness, which was peopled with unseen shadows. Master Courage was ready enough to talk. He had acquired some of Master Busy's eloquence on the subject of secret investigations, and the mystery, which had gained an intensity this afternoon through the revelations of the old Quakeress, was an all-engrossing one to all. The attention which Piot vouchsafed to his narration greatly enhanced Master Toogood's own delight therein, more especially as the petty constable had, as if instinctively, measured his steps with those of the younger man, and was accompanying him on his way towards the court. Courage told his attentive listener all about Master Busy's surmises, and his determination to probe the secrets of the mysterious crime, which, to be quite truthful, the worthy butler with the hard toes had scented long ere it was committed, seeing that he used to spend long hours in vast discomfort in the forked branches of the old elms which surrounded the pavilion at the boundary of the park. Toogood had no notion if Master Busy had ever discovered anything of interest in the neighborhood of that pavilion, and he was quite sure that the saintly man had never dared to venture inside that archaic building, which had the reputation of being haunted. Still, he was over-gratified to perceive that the petty constable was vastly interested in his tale, in spite of these obvious defects in its completeness, and that, moreover, Master Piot showed no signs of turning on his heel, but continued to trudge along the gloomy road in company with Sir Marmaduke's youngest serving-man. Thus Editha, when she ran out of Mistress Lambert's cottage, her ears ringing with the fanatic's curses, her heart breaking with the joy of that reverent filial kiss imprinted upon her hands, found the road and the precincts of the cottage entirely deserted. The night was pitch dark after the rain. Great heavy clouds still hung above, and an icy blast caught her skirts as she lifted the latch of the gate and turned into the open. but she cared little about the inclemency of the weather. She knew her way about well enough, and her mind was too full of terrible thoughts of what was real to yield to the subtle and feeble fears engendered by imaginings of the supernatural. Nay, she would, mayhap, have welcomed the pixies and goblins who by mischievous pranks had claimed her attention. They would, of a truth, have diverted her mind from the contemplation of that awful and monstrous deed accomplished by the man whom she would meet anon. If he whom the villagers had called Adam Lambert was her son, Henry Adam de Chevas, then Sir Marmaduke was the murderer of her child. All the curses which the old Quakeress had so vengefully poured upon her were as nothing compared with that awful, that terrible fact. Her son had been murdered, her eldest son whom she had never known, and she, involuntarily mayhap, compulsorily certes, had in a measure helped to bring about those events which had culminated in that appalling crime. She had known of Marmaduke's monstrous fraud on the confiding girl whom he now so callously abandoned to her fate. She had known of it, and helped him towards its success by luring her other son Richard to that vile gambling den where he had all but lost his honor, or else his reason. This knowledge and the help she had given was the real curse upon her now, a curse far more horrible and deadly than that which had driven Cain forth into the wilderness. This knowledge and the help she had given had stained her hands with the blood of her own child. No wonder that she sighed for ghouls and for shadowy monsters, well nigh longing for a sight of distorted faces, of ugly deformed bodies, and loathsome shapes, far less hideous than that spectre of an inhuman homicide which followed her along this dark road as she ran towards the home where dwelt the living monster of evil, the man who had done the deed which she had helped to accomplish. Complete darkness reigned all around her. She could not see a yard of the road in front of her, but she went on blindly, guided by instinct, led by that unseen shadow which was driving her on. All round her the gale was moaning in the creaking branches of the trees, branches which were like arms stretched forth in appeal towards the unattainable. Her progress was slow, for she was walking in the very teeth of the hurricane, and her shoes ever and anon remained glued to the slimy mud. But the road was straight enough, she knew it well, and she felt neither fatigue nor discomfort. Of Sue she did not think. The wrongs done to the defenseless girl were as nothing to her compared with the irreparable, the wrongs done to her sons, the living and the dead. For the one the foul dagger of an inhuman assassin, for the other shame and disgrace. Sue was young. She would soon forget. The girl wife would soon regain her freedom. But what of the mother who had on her soul the taint of the murder of her child? The gate leading to the court from the road was wide open. It had been left so for her, no doubt, when Sir Marmaduke returned. The house itself was dark. No light, save one, pierced the interstices of the ill-fitting shutters. Editha paused a moment at the gate, looking at the house, a great black mass, blacker than the surrounding gloom. That had been her home for many years now, ever since her youth and sprightliness had vanished, and she had had nowhere to go for shelter. It had been her home ever since Richard, her youngest boy, had entered it too, as a dependent. Oh, what an immeasurable fool she had been! How she had been tricked and fooled all these years by the man who 2 days ago had put a crown upon his own infamy. He knew where the boys were. He helped to keep them away from their mother, so as to filch from them their present, and above all, future inheritance. How she loathed him now, and loathed herself for having allowed him to drag her down. Aye, of a truth, he had wronged her worse even than he had wronged his brother's sons. She fixed her eyes steadily on the one light which alone pierced the inky blackness of the solid mass of the house. It came from the little withdrawing room, which was on the left of this entrance to the hall, but the place itself, beyond just that one tiny light, appeared quite silent and deserted. Even from the stable yard on her right, and from the serving men's quarters, not a sound came to mingle with the weird whisperings of the wind. Editha approached, and stooping to the ground, she groped in the mud until her hands encountered 2 or 3 pebbles. She picked them up, then going close to the house, she threw those pebbles one by one against the half-closed shutter of the withdrawing room. The next moment she heard the latch of the casement window being lifted from within, and anon the rickety shutter flew back with a thin creaking sound like that of an animal in pain. The upper part of Sir Marmaduke's figure appeared in the window embrasure like a dark and massive silhouette against the yellowish light from within. He stooped forward, seeming to peer into the darkness. "Is that you, Editha?" he queried presently. "Yes," she replied. "Open." She then waited a moment or two whilst he closed both the shutter and the window, she standing the while on the stone step before the portico. In the stillness she could hear him open the drawing-room door, then cross the hall, and finally unbolt the heavy outer door. She pushed past him over the threshold and went into the gloomy hall, pitch dark save for the flickering light of the candle which he held. She waited until he had reclosed the door, then she stood quite still, confronting him, allowing him to look into her face, to read the expression of her eyes. In order to do this, he had raised the candle, his hand trembling perceptibly, and the feeble light quivered in his grasp, illumining her face at fitful intervals, creeping down her rigid shoulders and arms as far as her hands, which were tightly clenched. It danced upon his face, too, lighting it with weird gleams and fitful sparks, showing the wild look in his eyes, the glitter almost of madness in the dilated pupils, the dark iris sharply outlined against the glassy orbs. It licked the trembling lips and distorted mouth, the drawn nostrils and dank hair, almost alive with that nameless fear. "You would denounce me?" he murmured, and the cry, choked and toneless, could scarce rise from the dry, parched throat. "Yes," she said. He uttered a violent curse. "You devil, you have time to go," she said calmly. "'Tis a long while twixt now and dawn." He understood. She only would denounce him if he stayed. She wished him no evil, only desired him out of her sight. He tried to say something flippant, something cruel and sneering, but she stopped him with a peremptory gesture. "Go," she said, "or I might forget everything save that you killed my son." For a moment she thought that her life was in danger at his hands, so awful in its baffled rage was the expression of his face when he understood that indeed she knew everything. She even at that moment longed that his cruel instincts should prompt him to kill her. He could never succeed in hiding that crime, and retributive justice would of a surety overtake him then without any help from her. No doubt he too thought of this as the weird flicker of the candlelight showed him her unflinching face, for the next moment, with another muttered curse and a careless shrug of the shoulders, he turned on his heel and slowly went upstairs, candle in hand. Editha watched him until his massive figure was merged in the gloom of the heavy oak stairway. Then she went into the withdrawing room and waited. End of chapter 42. Chapter 43 of The Nest of the Sparrowhawk by Emma ORCZY. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Dion Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. The Sands of Epel. 5 minutes later, Sir Marmaduke de Chevreuse, clad in thick, dark doublet and breeches, and wearing a heavy cloak, once more descended the stairs of Acol Court. He saw the light in the withdrawing room, and knew that Editha was there, mutely watching his departure. But he did not care to speak to her again. His mind had been quickly made up. Nay, his actions in the immediate future should of a truth have been accomplished 2 days ago, ere the meddlesomeness of women had well nigh jeopardized his own safety. All he meant to do now was to go quickly to the pavilion, find the leather wallet, then return to his own stable-yard, saddle one of his nags, and start forthwith for Dover. 18 miles would soon be covered, and though the night was dark, the road was straight and broad. De Chevreuse knew it well, and had little fear of losing his way. With plenty of money in his purse, he would have no difficulty in chartering a boat, which, with a favorable tide on the morrow, should soon take him over to France. All that he ought to have done 2 days ago. Of a truth, he had been a cowardly fool. He did not cross the hall this time, but went out through the dining room by the garden entrance. Not a glimmer of light came from above, but as he descended the few stone steps, he felt that a few soft flakes of snow, tossed by the hurricane, were beginning to fall. Of course, he knew every inch of his own garden and park, and had oft wandered about on the further side of the ha-ha, whilst indulging in lengthy, sweetly spoken farewells with his love-sick Sue. Absorbed in the thoughts of his immediate future plans, he nevertheless walked along cautiously, for the paths had become slippery with the snow, which froze quickly even as it fell. He did not pause, however, for he wished to lose no time. If he was to ride to Dover this night, he would have to go at foot pace, for the road would be like glass if this snow and ice continued. Moreover, he was burning to feel that wallet once more between his fingers, and to hear the welcome sound of the crushing of crisp papers. He had plunged resolutely into the thickness of the wood. Here he could have gone blindfolded, so oft had he trodden this path, which leads under the overhanging elms straight to the pavilion, walking with Sue's little hand held tightly clasped in his own. The spiritual presence of the young girl seemed even now to pervade the thicket, her sweet fragrance to fill the frost-laden air. Bah! He was not the man to indulge in retrospective fancy. The girl was not to him, and there was no sense of remorse in his soul for the terrible wrongs which he had inflicted on her. All that he thought of now was the wallet which contained the fortune, that which would forever compensate him for the agony, the madness of the past 2 days. The bend behind that last group of elms should now reveal the outline of the pavilion. Sir Marmaduke advanced more cautiously, for the trees here were very close together. The next moment he had paused, crouching suddenly like a carnivorous beast, balked of its prey. There, of a truth, was the pavilion, but on the steps 3 men were standing, talking volubly and in whispers. 2 of these men carried stable lanterns, and were obviously guiding their companion up to the door of the pavilion. The light of the lanterns illumined one face after another. De Chevreuse recognized his 2 serving men, Busy and Too Good. The man who was with them was Petty Constable Piot. Marmaduke, with both hands clutching the ivy which clung round the gnarled stem of an old elm, watched from out the darkness what these 3 men were doing here, beside this pavilion which had always been so lonely and deserted. He could not distinguish what they said, for they spoke in whispers, and the creaking branches groaning beneath the wind drowned every sound which came from the direction of the pavilion, and the listener on the watch, straining his every sense in order to hear, dared not creep any closer, lest he be perceived. Anon the 3 men examined the door of the pavilion, and shaking the rusty bolts, found that they would not yield, but evidently they were of set purpose, for the next moment all 3 put their shoulder to the worm-eaten woodwork, and after the 3rd vigorous effort, the door yielded to their assault. Men and lanterns disappeared within the pavilion. Sir Marmaduke heard an ejaculation of surprise, then one of profound satisfaction. For the space of a few seconds he remained rooted to the spot. It almost seemed to him as if, with the knowledge that the wallet and the discarded clothes of the smith had been found, with the certitude that this discovery meant his own undoing, probably, and in any case the final loss of the fortune for which he had plotted and planned, lied and masqueraded, killed a man and cheated a girl, that with the knowledge of all this, death descended upon him. So cold did he feel, so unable was he to make the slightest movement. But this numbness only lasted a few seconds. Obviously, the 3 men would return in a minute or so. Equally obviously, his own presence here, if discovered, would mean certain ruin to him. Even while he was making the effort to collect his scattered senses and to move from this fateful and dangerous spot, he saw the 3 men reappear in the doorway of the pavilion. The breeches and rough shirt of the smith hung over the arm of him of praise Busy. The dark stain on the shirt was plainly visible by the light of one of the lanterns. Petty Constable Piot had the leather wallet in his hand, and was peeping down with grave curiosity at the bundle of papers which it contained. Then, with infinite caution, Marmaduke de Chevreuse worked his way between the trees towards the old wall which encircled his park. The 3 men obviously would be going back either to Acle Court or mayhap straight to the village. Sir Marmaduke knew of a gap in the wall which it was quite easy to climb even in the dark. A path through the thicket at that point led straight out towards the coast. He had struck that path from the road on the night when he met the smith on the cliffs. The snow only penetrated in sparse flakes to the thicket here. Although the branches of the trees were dead, they interlaced so closely overhead that they formed ample protection against the wet. But the fury of the gale seemed terrific amongst these trees, and the groaning of the branches seemed like weird cries proceeding from hell. Anon, the midnight walker reached the open. Here a carpet of coarse grass, peeping through the thin layer of snow, gave insecure foothold. He stumbled as he pursued his way. He was walking in the teeth of the northwesterly blast now, and he could scarcely breathe, for the great gusts caught his throat, causing him to choke. Still he walked resolutely on. Icy moisture clung to his hair and to his lips, and soon he could taste the brine in the air. The sound of the breakers some 90 feet below mingled weirdly with the groans of the wind. He knew the path well. Had he not trodden it 3 nights ago on his way to meet the smith? Already in the gloom he could distinguish the broken line of the cliffs sharply defined against the gray density of the horizon. As he drew nearer, the roar of the breakers became almost deafening. A heavy sea was rolling in on the breast of the tide. Still he walked along towards the brow of the cliffs. Soon he could distinguish the irregular heap of chalk against which Adam had stood, whilst he had held the lantern in one hand and gripped the knife in the other. The hurricane nearly swept him off his feet. He had much ado to steady himself against that heap of chalk. The snow had covered his cloak and his hat, and he liked to think that he, too, now snow-covered, must look like a monstrous chalk boulder, weird and motionless, outlined against the leaden grayness of the ocean beyond. The smith was not by his side now. There was no lantern, no paper, no double-edged dagger. Down nearly 100 feet below, the smith had lain until the turn of the tide. The man's eyes, becoming accustomed to the gloom, could distinguish the points of the great boulders springing boldly from out the sand. The surf, as it broke all round and over them, was tipped with a phosphorescent light. The gale in sheer wantonness caught the midnight prowler's hat, and with a wild sound as of the detonation of 100 guns, tossed it to the waves below. The snow in a few moments had thrown a white pale over the watcher's head. He could see quite clearly the tall boulder untouched by the tide, on which he had placed the black silk shade that night, also the broad-brimmed hat, so that these things should be found high and dry and be easily recognizable. Some 20 feet further on was the smooth stretch of sand where had lain the smith, after he had been dressed up in the fantastic clothes of the mysterious French prince. Marmaduke de Chevreuse gazed upon that spot. The breakers licked it now and again, leaving behind them, as they retreated, a track of slimy foam, which showed white in this strange gray gloom, rendered alive and moving by the falling snow. The surf covered that stretch of sand more and more frequently now, and retreated less and less far. The slimy foam floated now over an inky pool. Soon that too disappeared. The breakers sought other boulders round which to play their titanic hide and seek. The tide had completely hidden the place where Adam Lambert had lain. Then the watcher walked on, one step and then another, and then the one beyond the edge as he stepped down, down into the abyss 90 feet below. End of chapter 43. Chapter 44 of The Nest of the Sparrowhawk by Emma ORCZY. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Dion Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. The Epilogue. The chronicles of the time tell us that the mysterious disappearance of Sir Marmaduke de Chevreuse was but a 9 days' wonder in that great world which lies beyond the boundaries of sea-girt Thanet. What Thanet thought of it all, the little island kept secret, hiding its surmises in the thicket of her own archaic forests. Squire Boatfield did his best to wrap the disappearance of his whilom friend in impenetrable veils of mystery. He was a humane and a kindly man, and feeling that the guilty had been amply punished, he set to work to cheer and to rehabilitate the innocent. All of us who have read the memoirs of Editha de Chevreuse, written when she was a woman of nearly 60, remember that she too has drawn a thick curtain over the latter days of her brother-in-law's life. It is to her pen that we owe the record of what happened subsequently. She tells us, for instance, how Master Skiffington, after sundry interviews with my Lord Northallerton, had the honor of bringing to his lordship's notice the young student, so long known as Richard Lambert, who of a truth was sole heir to the earldom and to its magnificent possessions and dependencies. From the memoirs of Edith de Chevreuse, we also know that Lady Sue Aldmarsh, girl wife and widow, did, after a period of mourning, marry Michael Richard de Chevreuse, sole surviving nephew and heir presumptive of his lordship, the Earl of Northallerton. But it is to the brush of Sir Peter Lely that we owe that exquisite portrait of Sue when she was Countess of Northallerton, the friend of Queen Catherine, the acknowledged beauty at the court of the Restoration. It is a sweet face, whereon the half-obliterated lines of sorrow